In war, there are no winners. In Parashat Vayishlach, we read how Yaakov was just about to meet up with his twin brother Esau, who had threatened to kill him. And how does the Torah describe Yaakov's feelings at that momentous time? Vayira Yaakov ma'od, vayetzer lo. Yaakov was afraid, and he was sorely distressed. And the obvious question is, why do we need to have both sentiments mentioned? If he was afraid, it's because he was distressed. And if he was distressed, he was certainly afraid. The Netziv of Voloshin explains as follows. Vayira Yaakov ma'od, Yaakov was afraid. Vayetzer lo, he was distressed because he was afraid.
Interesting.
Yaakov knew that it was Hashem's idea.
Also, welcome everyone.
For him to end his sojourn in the diaspora.
I kind of wondered whether the Vayetzer lo. Wait, what is this? I want to make sure that. Yeah.
Yaakov was afraid.
Yeah, Vayetzer lo. That could also be, rather than and he was afraid, it could also be and Vayetzer and the inclination was for him. Because, have you ever heard of the term Yetzer Tov and Yetzer Ra?
Vaguely, but not anywhere near enough to comment.
So basically, like the Yetzer Tov is the godly spirit, or like the godly soul, and then the Yetzer Ra is like the animal soul. And it's not saying that one's bad and one's good so much as like one's like trying to drag you down and one's trying to lift you up.
Tearing you apart doesn't sound like a great plan, but tag.
Well, no, that's why you have to lift up your soul and to ground your body, not lift your body up and ground your soul. But yeah, just that the word Yetzer can also be inclination or form.
Vayetzer lo, he was distressed because he was afraid. Yaakov knew that it was Hashem's idea for him to end his sojourn in the diaspora and to come back to Israel, to meet his brother again. Therefore, he should have had confidence in the Almighty. Nonetheless, his human feelings came to the fore. He was nervous. He was fearing what was going to happen, and that distressed him. Rashi gives a very different answer. Explains Rashi.
I have a feeling it might be something like what I said.
Afraid lest he be killed. Vayetzer lo, and he was distressed.
Oh no.
Lest he be forced to kill another. For Yaakov.
Oh. You know what this is echoing? This is echoing from the Upanishads, or is it the Bhagavad Gita, where it's is it Arjuna talking to Krishna, like basically saying he doesn't want to have to fight his relatives, but then I feel like I'm definitely messing up one of the characters in the story. But basically, that the god tells him that if he doesn't fight his family that's coming to kill him, that they'll kill him and that he'll be dead and he won't be able to fill his obligations. And so, because of that, it's not saying that he has to kill them so much as he has to protect himself. Because it's not saying go out and kill them, it's saying kill them so that you won't be killed.
No, you got the essence of that right. And one of the things that I find intriguing about that is that the god isn't the main character. God's the sidekick giving the advice to the human who's the main character. Tag.
Interesting way of looking at it, but yeah.
War was not within his comfort zone. He realized that in the aftermath of war, even for those who are
Yeah, Vayitzer law, and it was not, and he Vayitzer law. I feel like you could interpret that, and he was not inclined.
victorious, there are pieces to pick up. At this very moment, Israel is engaged in a tragic war. Israel didn't ask for it, Israel didn't want it. But Israel has the imperative to destroy the threat that exists against the Jewish state and against Jews worldwide, and to bring all of our hostages back home. In the aftermath of this war, there will be pieces to pick up. There will be emotional scars. There will be people who will continue to suffer for a good while. And that is why, as important and crucial and necessary as this war is, we pray that it will be successfully over as soon as possible. Because as we learnt from Yaakov Avinu, in war, there are no true winners. Shabbat Shalom.
All right, say it plugs it in. Perfect. We'll start the.
I feel like he definitely could have talked more about the reconciliation aspect of it, but I feel like maybe with everything going on now, it's like, it's like it could come across a bit Jesus-y, turn the other cheek. It's never really been a Jewish idea. I mean, actually, that's not true. It's always been in a stream of Jewish thought, but it's like, in the same way that, you could say that Americanness is making money off of other people's backs, but it's also other things as well. It's like there isn't, these words don't mean any one thing.
I was going to say, given that Jesus said it, it's hard to say that it's not a Jewish idea since he was Jewish.
Well, not just that, but no. So there's people who look at him saying that and say, "See, Jesus was radically breaking with the Jewish way of thinking," and that's just not the case, because the prophetic tradition, going all the way back to Amos, was criticizing the rich and the powerful, and basically stating that justice wasn't being done. Also, another thing that I found really interesting that I do just want to bring up really quickly, I did address this in my paper. Wait, what was it from? It was, oh, right. Okay, so this is really interesting. So, so the Ashrei prayer, have you ever heard of Ashrei?
It's been a long time, but yes.
All right, so it's something that for so much of my life, I was just like, yeah, oh, Ashrei. But like looking at it in context, happy are those who dwell in your house, may they always praise you. So literally, Ashrei Yoshvei Beitecha, happy are the dwellers in your happy are the dwellers of your house. Od Yahalalucha Selah, Od Yahalalucha. They will continue to praise you, Selah. Was this a Psalm of David? I will exalt my God, or like literally, I will lift up my God, the King. I will bless his name forever and ever. Oh, wait. Shimcha, your name, sorry. So it's also interesting because notice this: I will exalt my God, the sovereign, and then it says, "I will bless your name forever." And like it's strange because it's like on one hand you're referring to God as my God. You're not saying to you, "I will exalt you, my God." It's saying, "I will exalt my God, the sovereign." Like it's interesting because here you have Elohai Hamelech, and then later you have Shimcha Leolam, and this idea of Shimcha, the God, the name of God is very connected with Yod Hey Vav Hey. So it's like it almost, I don't know. It's interesting because like on one hand, it's almost like I feel that on one hand, what could have happened was because Christianity established this idea of the Trinity, they essentially locked in this idea of the three parts. When before that, Judaism wasn't limiting it. I mean, three was a key number just because it's so let's say it's so. What's the word? It's like
Fundamental.
yeah, basically. So you have 1, 3, 7, 10. Those are the 1, 3, 5, 7, 10. Also, it's interesting how that goes 1, 3, 5, 7. 10. I mean, technically, all the typological. That's what I was thinking of. But basically, that. So if you notice this, so I mean, I'll just read the translation because it'll speed this up. So every day I will bless you. I will praise your name forever and ever. The Lord is great and highly praised, and there is no limit to God's enormity. So what I want to focus on here, though, is notice this. So right here, you have this first part. It's literally just talking about God happy. Basically, for the sake of this, I mean, because I don't want to play into the Trinitarian paradigm. Not that I have an issue with it, but just I think that it's more useful to go back before that. So if you were to view, God the Father as El, God the Son as Yod Hey Vav Hey or Baal or Jesus or whatever, basically that or rather no. Jesus being seen as God the Son comes from the idea of Yahweh being God the Son or Baal being God the Son, but where was I going with this? And then you have Asherah, who eventually becomes the Holy Spirit or Shekhinah. But so here, it's Ashrei, very clearly pulling on the Asherah imagery. And here, notice this. Happy is, or pulling on the Asher root, is the people for whom it is so. It does. Oh, whom it is so, referring to the dwelling in the house. But so happy is the people for whom She Adonai Elohav, for the people for who Adonai is their El. So here it's like you have this direct equation of El and Yahweh. And the thing is that, like, on one hand, if you're just viewing it within the linguistic context, then yeah, it could be, like, blessed are the people whose God is this. But it could also be for whom El is Yahweh, because the whole tradition of syncretism goes back really far. So you could have a people where they said that one God was also another God, and that's basically how you ended up with syncretized gods, right?
Well, if you're asking me, yeah, it's every society has certain functions that need to be filled, so they're going to have a god or goddess that fills, fertility, war, reading, whatever area there is of society, that they're going to have a god that fits it. And they're not going to, and that's when the god comes into existence, is when the innovation happens.
So
Okay.
listen to this. So starting from here, the Lord is great. Gadol, grand, great is Adonai hulal meod, and he is highly praised. Viligdulato, gedulato, and his greatness, ein cheker, there is no limit. Dor lador, generation to generation, or like one generation to another. Yishbachach, Yishabach. It says shall praise Maasecha, your deeds or your actions. Ugavurotecha yagidu. So and your your literally your strength or your power will be they will tell each other. Wait, I feel like, oh no, it's not. Okay, no. So here so going all the way from, wait, okay, let's see. Okay, so no, here's where I propose this part starts, because you don't have a break between the ideas. So let's see. So from here you have, they will share Zecharav Tuvcha Yabiu. I'll just read translation. They will share a reminder of your great goodness, and they will sing of your righteousness. The Lord is gracious and merciful, slow to anger, and abounding in kindness. What's this? Yeah. V'rachamav. Oh wait, no. Erechapayim v'rav chesed. Oh no, v'gedal chesed. The key thing though is notice how all this is about his goodness. The Lord is good to all, and God's mercy is bestowed on all things God has made. All God's creatures will give thanks to Adonai, and your righteous one shall. So notice here, like, you have this blending of all of the three motifs. But key here, though, is this idea of God's goodness, and that would most directly be connected with the idea of like God the Father, who's responsible for wisdom and for also bestowing essentially, what was it? Like long life, not necessarily health, but long life through the idea of the connection to time. But then here, moving on, you have kavod malchutecha, the honor or the glory of your kingdom. Ya'amru, they will say, or they will tell. Ve'ugvuratecha yadaberu, and they will tell of your might or your greatness. It says. Leodia livnei ha'adam. So this is really interesting. In order to make known to the children of man, which this is directly, you could argue this is pulling on this whole like son of man imagery that is, it's a lot bigger than Jesus. It's basically this idea of like the human who ends up, in this case, it's literally just referring to humanity, but let's see, it says to all people God's great, to make known to the people, to make known to humanity Gvuratav, his might and the kavod and his honor, the honor and glory. Holy crap! The kavod hadar malchuto, his kingdom. Wait. Listen to this, and honor and glory, malchuto, his kingdom, that isn't that a direct parallel to, what is this? What's the Christian saying? It's you know what I'm talking about, right?
Kingdom, power, glory.
For his is the kingdom.
I always heard it as kingdom, power, then glory. Yeah.
Okay, dude, this is eerie. I should not really, because one came from the Anyway, let's see, where is it? It is okay. Okay, let's see. Oh, it's in the Lord's Prayer. Interesting. Wait, what? No. Wait, is this it? Let's see. All right. Avinu Shabashamayim. Wait, no, that's Abun Debeshmaya. Shim. Wait, where is it? I'm confused. Where? Let's see. The power. Wait, for your no. Let's see. For thine is the power. For yours is the kingdom and the power and wait, what? So then Matthew 6:13, isn't that where this just was? 6:13. This is interesting. For yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. So here it says yours. So what's interesting is that if you look here, wait, where's the so if you look here, wait, where is it? But yeah, the word let's see, kavod hadar malchuto. I mean, I think that's a pretty good parallel because it's let's see, for yours is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. So kingdom, power, glory. So here we have kavod, kingdom, power, glory, and where is it here? It is kingdom, glory. Wait, kingdom, glory. So I mean, yeah, by definition, kavod would be power. I mean, honor, it is one way of translating, but it literally means weight. And I guess you could say power is contextually weight as well. But anyway, your kingdom shall last forever and ever, and your rule shall extend into each and every generation. Okay, so notice this. All the way up to here, you have verbiage that surrounds sovereignty, kingship, let's see. Yeah, kingdom, sovereignty, glory, honor, all things associated with like this role of like the sun, or like the like also associated with like the logos, or especially with the temple or with the priest or king as logos as well. So then here is where it gets like so clear that something's going on here. So Somech Adonai lechol hanoflim. God supports all those, God supports all those who have fallen, and Zokef lechol hakfufim, and Zokef straightens all those who are crooked, which is interesting because it doesn't necessarily mean like physically or emotionally. It could mean either or both. Every eye shall turn expectantly to you, for you give them food in the proper time. Open your hands and satiate all living creatures. The Lord is righteous in all ways and virtuous in all deeds. The Lord is close to all who call upon God, to all who call to God with sincerity. God will do the will of all those who fear God. God will hear their cry and save them. Where is this? The Lord guards all those who love God and destroys all who are wicked. This directly paralleling a lot of the wisdom literature. And I mean, some of that's also just existent in Ashrei itself. But what I'd argue is that this might actually be because you have this like tripartite paradigm that was originally a part of Judaism, and it wasn't necessarily even being understood within this idea of like tripartitism. Like it could have been, on one hand, literally paganism with three different gods that then, I mean, that's personally my theory, that that's how it was. And then you have this differentiation into, on one hand, essentially, was it representing the representing the gods as humans, and then basically saying that there's only one God and that the little g gods are just humans, which I think is actually a really interesting interpretation, because on a certain level, that means that all the gods that we've created are in some ways human forms, even if they're not actual humans, that they're like inherently anthropomorphic, whereas, you know, the true God that can't, like, whose name cannot be spoken and whose sight cannot be seen, and whose gender cannot be gendered just by the nature of being so far beyond that. Like, I don't know, I feel like there's a lot of really interesting stuff that you can go to here, but the key point being is that it's almost like you never really had one official way of doing things. It was just constantly like you had the people, and then you had the tide or the wave that they were existing in, and they were trying to navigate that. And once they crossed that wave, then they moved to the next one. And with each successive wave, it's a different way of interpreting your own tradition. And see, that's the thing. I don't even think it's necessarily interpreting your own tradition so much as creating one, because like your tradition is that which you create, whereas that which you just hold isn't necessarily yours. It's which has been hoisted upon you.
No, makes sense. And the idea that you're finding the connections to Matthew makes sense too, because that's always was considered the most Jewish/Hebrew of all the Gospels.
Definitely. So anyway, I will share my paper at some point. It's 28 pages, so that's kind of insane, not gonna lie. But I was glad to be able to share a little bit from that. But let's see, where was the video we're watching? All right. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, is this? Nah. Let's see. We are on Vayishlach. And for whatever reason, it's giving me a lot of videos that are not about Vayishlach. But anyway, we didn't, properly introduce because just went right into it. So, yeah, I mean, well, it's just us right now. But how are you doing, Graham?
Oh, pretty good. Hanging in here.
I can't complain either. I mean, I'm finally done with the semester, so that's good.
Oh, so you're officially done now? Nothing left?
I think so.
Okay, cool.
Let's see what I can find. Wrestling match. What on earth? Parshah seasonings. I'm sorry, but just looking at this guy's channel, I didn't even have to see the ministries. I knew that this guy was messianic. Honestly, also, I really dislike the use of messianic like the word messianic being almost exclusively used within our society to be referring to people who believe in Jesus, because that implies that only people who believe in the coming of a Messiah are Jews, which it's not the case. I mean, technically, honestly, I think that on some level, actually, no, on a very deep level, the idea of messianism isn't inherent. Like, I don't mean that it's not like. Actually, no, I think I don't know. Basically what I was going to say is I don't think that you can really say that the idea of messianism is monotheistic. It's something that gets introduced by the Persians, by the Zoroastrians, and wait, what is? Oh God, what is this going? Okay, here. This actually might be good.
Hello, my friends. Charan, standing in the room of Jabbok River. This Shabbat, Jacob Avinu finally comes home. 20 years having to be abroad, running away from his brother Esau. And the second Yaakov says, I'm returning to Eretz Yisrael. Esau with 400 men come to fight him. Yaakov has to struggle in order to get home with the archangel of Esau. Here the Torah tells us, Yaakov was all alone.
That's a direct parallel to when the Israelites come out of Egypt that they're attacked by the Amalekites. You see what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
And a man was fighting with him to the great morning light. And the Medrash asked, who was that man that fought with Yaakov? How did he look? What was his disguise? Some say he looked like a gangster, he looked like a robber, a murderer. Others say he looked like a Talmud Chacham. He looked like a scholar, he looked like a statesman. And Yaakov had to fight that angel. You know the Jewish people are engaged now in a battle in Gaza. You have the battle against Hamas that openly come out and claim that they're murderers and they want to murder every Jew, men, women, and child. We also have the angel of Esau disguised. They want to murder every against Hamas that openly come out and claim that they're murderers and they want to murder every Jew, men, women, and child. We also have the angel of Esau disguising himself as a statesman, as a scholar, as a professor, as someone fighting for civil rights, for human rights, in the name of human rights and war crimes, trying to defeat the state of Israel. We have to remember and take that battle cry of Yaakov Avinu. No matter what face the angel of Esau takes on, you have to know really it's only a disguise. And really it's a call for the destruction of Am Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. Let's hope we should be able to persevere and prevail against all the enemies from without and from within. All the different disguises and faces and makeup. And here we can change our name from Yaakov to Yisrael. Able to overpower, to overcome with angels and both men.
Sorry, but
able to overcome.
why does this picture look like they're Frenching? Like
It
I
probably
can't.
shouldn't. Yeah.
All the disguises, they'll be victorious. God willing, strength to our chayalim, strength to the families of those who are still kidnapped. God willing, we'll see the unification of Yaakov and his whole family back here in Eretz Yisrael. Amen. Amen.
So I don't get why, like, obviously it has probably a lot to do with the political climate right now. But, like, with the quinoa, what? Quinoa? Do they not know how to spell quinoa?
I must confess, I tend to be a bit cynical when it comes to miracle stories. It's probably the influence of my highly Lithuanian background. My grandfather, Oliver Sholem, couldn't stand sweet gefilte fish. Ach, Polish, he would exclaim. Apparently he used to put salt on his fish. Ach, and my grandfather, Oliver Sholem, couldn't stand sweet gefilte fish. Ach, Polish, he would exclaim. Apparently he used to put salt on his cornflakes. In my mind, the impact of a second-hand story of hashgacha pratit, of divine supervision and near miraculous intervention, tends to weaken in direct proportion to the number of hands that it's been through. The following story, however, is only third hand. I heard it from my daughter, who heard it from the person to whom it happened. A well-known Israeli Jewish outreach personality, who we'll call Avi, was visiting the Negev in the south of Israel on a Thursday. He stopped by a friend to have lunch, and they had quinoa salad. Now, Avi had never had quinoa in his life. Quinoa is a gluten-free, high-protein plant food.
He didn't just spell it quinoa. He said quinoa. Oh my god.
Well, to be fair, I did that until I learned how it was pronounced.
Are you sure you didn't say quinoa?
No, it was quinoa.
Okay, but he's saying quinoa. He's not even mispronouncing it. He's misspelling it.
Oh, okay. Oh, he's got the combo. No, I started mispronouncing it until somebody corrected me. That's the problem when you read words you don't hear people speak.
One of the few that contain all 9 essential amino acids. It's also high in fiber, magnesium, B vitamins, iron, potassium, calcium, phosphorus, vitamin E, and various beneficial antioxidants. But what really attracted Avi to quinoa was its taste. He loved it. That night, back in Tel Aviv, he said to his wife, let's make quinoa for Shabbos. Let's make the whole thing a quinoa Shabbos. Let's go to
Oh,
town.
dumbasses. They
So Friday night arrived, and as was
Garrett, right,
normal,
I'm guessing.
Avi had invited some young boys and girls from the local army base to come for Shabbat with an Orthodox family to get an authentic Shabbos experience. Now, one of the young girls came to the Shabbat table, and her jaw dropped. "Quinona," she gasped. Avi said, "I'm sorry if you don't like quinona. We've got quite a lot of it tonight." She said, "When you invited me for Shabbat, I forgot to tell you that I'm on a special diet. I only eat quinona. On the way over here, I thought to myself, I'm going to have to sit there and eat nothing. So I said, God, if you really exist, make it that there will be some quinona there tonight. As far as I know, this is a true story, but then why shouldn't it be? They say that anyone who believes every Rebbe Shemaisa, a miraculous story about a Hasidic Rebbe, is gullible, and anyone who says they're all rubbish is a heretic.
Interesting.
In this week's Torah portion, Vayishlach,
That's interesting. Anyone who says they're all true is gullible, but anyone who says they're all false is a heretic.
That sounds like a very Jewish thing to say.
it says, Yaakov became very frightened and distressed. The Midrash says that Yaakov, Jacob, was distressed that the prospect of confronting Esau, frightened him. For such fear indicated a lack of trust in God's promises to him. If Jacob could find himself lacking when it came to trust in God, how much the more can our trust in miracles become a little rusty? But let us not forget that we're surrounded by miracles, and sometimes God gives us just a little bit more than a glimpse of them.
Interesting. I still can't get over the fact that he said quinona. Oh, Graham, you'll love this. Yeah, you'll love this.
سلام علیکم برنامه که خیلی خلوم خیلی
This is Rabbi David Foreman. Welcome to Parashat Vayishlach.
That's
Last week I talked with you about
someone in my family, like far back, like a grandfather, like great or something. His name was similar to that.
a statement that the sages make concerning Yaakov's curious tears when he first meets Rachel. Vayisach kol vayef. He raised his voice and cried. Our sages connect.
And he cried when he hugged, when he embraced. So he cried when he embraced Rachel, and he cried when he embraced Esau.
This to the last time we had Vayisach kol vayef in the Torah, and that person was Esau. Esau cried when Yaakov tricked him and managed to get his father Yitzchak to bless him instead of Esau. And Chazal seem to tell a story that connect these two events. They tell us, in effect, that one set of tears created another set of tears. That at some level, Yaakov understood when he first saw Rachel, somehow he would never completely have her. They wouldn't be buried together, according to one interpretation. He didn't have enough money to marry her outright, according to another interpretation, and therefore is subject to his father-in-law tricking him, substituting Leah under the chuppah instead of her. Esau's Vayisach kol vayef, raising his voice and crying, somehow was the cause, later on, of Yaakov raising his voice and crying. In any case, one of the challenges I mentioned is if you accept this analysis of the Medrash, how do we reconcile that with our viewing Yaakov as a role model? He's one of our forefathers. He's an ish emet, according to Chazal. Of Yaakov raising his voice and crying, somehow was the cause. Esau's Vayisach kol vayef, raising his voice and crying, somehow was the cause, later on, of Yaakov raising his voice and crying. In any case, one of the challenges I mentioned is if you accept this analysis of the Medrash, how do we reconcile that with our viewing Yaakov as a role model? He's one of our forefathers. He's an ish emet, according to Chazal. How do we make sense of all that? I want to suggest a theory to you based upon a fascinating textual pattern, and I think hinted to in Chazal and Medrash as well. Let's go back to that event that I just referenced, and then I want to play this little game with you. Where else do we hear all this? So I'm going to lay out this setting for you, various different features of what occurs here. And as I'm doing that, I want you to ask yourself, where else in the Torah do all these features reappear in another story? Okay, here we go. Genesis 29. Right before Yaakov encounters Rachel for the first time, he's running away from Esau. He comes to Charan, comes upon a well. V'hinei sham shlosha edrei tzon rovtzim aleha. There were 3 groups of sheep waiting by the well. Okay, that's element number 1. In what other story in the Bible do we meet 3 groups of sheep? Next element. So Yaakov encounters the shepherds of these 3 groups of sheep and asks them, Achai, me'ayin atem? My brothers, where are you from? He wants to know the identity of all these people and sheep. And strangely, he calls these shepherds, who he's never met before, my brothers. Next element. Odenu medaber imam v'Rachel ba'a im atzon. As Yaakov is talking to these shepherds, Rachel comes. 4th element. When Yaakov sees Rachel, Vayigash Yaakov, Yaakov approaches. In what other story do we then have Yaakov approaching? 5th Hebrew word after Yaakov approaches. Vayishlach Yaakov l'Rachel, vayisad kol ha'vayev. Yaakov kisses Rachel and lifts up his voice and cries. In what other story, after all of these elements, does Yaakov again kiss someone? And does Yaakov again cry? What other story has all of these elements? The answer, of course, is in this week's Parshah, when Yaakov meets once again his brother Esau. Yaakov leaves Laban's house and receives word that his brother Esau is coming to meet him with 400 men. He fears for his life, but decides to confront his brother to attempt to reconcile with him. He sends him gifts, flocks of sheep, 3 different groups of sheep. Chapter 32, verse 20, Vayitzav gam et hasheni, gam et hashlishi. There are 3 groups of sheep. And after the sheep, Yaakov places himself and his family, and last of all, Rachel. Esau encounters the sheep. When Esau finally meets up with his brother Yaakov, he asks, who is all this? Identify all this. And finally he sees Yaakov's family, and then he sees Rachel. Yaakov approaches Esau. Same words as last Parsha. Lageshet vayigash Yaakov. Esau runs to embrace Yaakov. Yaakov embraces him, kisses him, and cries. It's all happening again. The setting for the encounter is the same. The 3 flocks of sheep. The question is the same. My brother, identify all of this. Rachel is the same. She appears. Yaakov's approach is the same. Yaakov's embrace, his kiss, and his tears are the same. The only thing that's different is who he's embracing. This time he's not embracing Rachel. He's embracing his brother, the brother from whom he's been alienated these 20 years. And now let's go back to what our sages say about how Yaakov cried when he first saw Rachel. In that moment that he first saw her, he had a premonition that something would get in the way of him completely having her. And the sages seem to identify the root of that as the tears that Yaakov provoked in his brother, which the Torah characterizes using the same language, Vayishlach kol ha'vayev, when Esau found out he was deceived. As God's providence would have it, there would be another time later in our Parsha in which Yaakov would fear the imminent loss of Rachel. And that fear comes to fruition when Esau advances to meet him with 400 men. The moment he first met Rachel had been haunted by memories of Esau's tears, and now the moment at which he might lose her for good has come upon Yaakov. It's almost as if the same story is happening. It's as if the scene is replaying itself, the scene through which he first met her and first feared that he would never have her. Will that fear come to pass? Will she be taken from him now? He will either know the joy of having Rachel or the unspeakable pain of being deprived of her. It all hangs on this knife edge. But the bold choice that faces Yaakov is, what will he do with his brother? In the end, he embraces him. They kiss one another, and they cry. And in that moment of reconciliation, when there's no deception anymore, Yaakov looks Esau in the eye and says, take these gifts. Kachna et birchati. Take my blessing. Take my blessing I'm giving you. The double entendre is hard to miss. I once took a blessing from you. Take a blessing now from me. Yaakov insists. Esau accepts, and he leaves in peace. And Rachel and the rest of Yaakov's family is safe. Yaakov, in the end, is an
Not from God.
is a man of truth, but not perhaps because he was born that way. None of us are born people of truth. We develop into people of truth. Yaakov develops into a man of truth too.
What do you think about that? I'd
Well,
love to hear on that.
I was going to say, I don't think it's the intended message, but one of them is Jacob kind of swings both ways, cries at both men and women.
No, come on, dude. This is his brother, dude. This is his brother.
Well, yeah, but you could go the same way. Yeah, that's his sister. Yeah, he married her. Sorry.
Fair enough.
No. Interesting. Part of it is also you're seeing an echoing of the whole Cain and Abel relationship, and it's like it's a replay of it and more how it should have played out, even though it's still not quite right.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yep.
interesting, and again, the flocks of sheep, the pattern, all of that.
I was actually referring to the idea of becoming a man of truth. Do you think there's anyone who's born a person of truth?
I mean, I'm in the never say never. I certainly think it's possible. I think people have varying relationships to truth. Again, it's the whole what is truth? The whole pilot question. And again, one of the answers that I always came up with is truth is that which I cannot deny, regardless of how much I wish it was false.
So it's almost like someone asks you, how much do you have? You say, I have 10. And then you're like, okay, that's enough to buy this. So they take that 10 to a store to buy something, and they're like, oh no, you need 100. You're like, no, but I have 10. They're like, yes, you have 10 cents, not $10. Like, if you just said that you had 10, you weren't lying. You were telling the truth.
Yeah, and again, it's the difference between, truth, truth and wisdom. It's again, truth and love is more of the trade-offs I see. It's more wisdom and knowledge. Or those are complementary aspects of things.
It's almost like wisdom is to be able to think of things, and then knowledge is to be able to understand them, or like to be able to like appreciate them. So like one is like the difference between being able to build something and being able to like to basically know it. Like it's kind of like I don't know. Anyway.
I put it like intelligence is more of the, like you're saying, the tinkering. It's like you can build it. Wisdom is whether or not you should have built it.
Or how you build it.
Or what uses you put it towards. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one thing to never lie, to never deceive. It's another thing, after having deceived, a far more difficult thing, to be able to encounter with.
Can you tell the truth if you didn't first tell something that was untrue? Like, you can speak a truth, but in order to tell someone the truth, that implies that they can't have known it, or that they didn't know it. At the very least, that you thought they didn't know it.
Yeah, it's one of those. If you don't, it's the question of knowledge. If you don't know something's true, you're speaking a statement, but it doesn't come with the same force as knowing it's true. It's where I think he's going with it. Tag.
I just realized maybe the reasons that the Gnostics thought that there was so much of the, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't just the Gnostics, but for the sake of the joke, the reasons the Gnostics were so focused on this like idea of like a brother and sister God was because they heard the word gnosis and they heard no sis.
And they decided to say yes, sis instead, I guess.
No. They wanted to know sis.
Oh, okay. Okay, I was going with the prohibition. No.
Well, we know that that Abraham he knew sis.
Yeah, again, Adam, you got a bunch of them there.
Integrity. Your old nemesis, a nemesis who's a brother, and to be able to truly try to make peace, and to be able to succeed in that effort. When you do,
Like honestly, wouldn't it be cool if people, I mean, given it's like, I feel like especially now there's just so much of like a adversarial, I mean, like given, I really don't want to wade into the politics of it, but I almost feel like if there's a way where people, especially like the religious ones, the people who like this actually really matters to, can view like Hamas as a Amalek, but like that's just it's only a single part of the children of Esau. And like this idea that Esau and Jacob, they didn't have a bad relationship. It was only really as the result of like people misunderstanding each other that you have that. But more than anything, the idea that like, I mean, given I think it goes deeper than just a story, but that, Jews and Palestinians are basically just brothers, and it's insane that they're killing each other. I mean, given it's not that simple, that's like, the reasons are very complex, but at the end of the day, like, regardless of the reasons, I just think it's so bizarre that people would, like, in the first place, I think it's bizarre to come up with I mean, obviously, if you're defending yourself, that's one. But then again, then people can justify like, oh, is this defense or is this defense? And I think that's, without getting into it, it's just like, it's insane that there's people who are trying to come up with justifications for killing other people, let alone their brothers. And again, it's like one of those things where the moment you see someone as your brother, it's somehow much more difficult to do bad things to them. And yet you have two people who are brothers and refuse to see themselves as that because of how much enmity there is between them.
Yeah, I was going to say you have to generate a lot of money and or hatred in order to overcome that natural brotherhood.
Shoot. I don't have a lot of money and I don't have what was the other thing?
Hatred.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of hatred either, so I don't think this is going to work.
You're just not a radical there, Ariel. You just don't have the making of a good, like, suicide bomber.
You can't say that stuff on stream. I mean, I don't, but still, like, just the words in general.
Oh, sorry.
But no, I honestly, I feel like I'm radically unradical. Like, I have radical takes, but I'm not actually a radical person. Like, radical takes when it comes to religion. And, like, radical in the good way, not in the crazy way. Actually, I mean, to be fair, the crazy radicals would say I'm the crazy radical. So,
Well, I was going to say radicals, it's anybody who disagrees with them often gets labeled crazy.
With the who?
With radicals, anybody who disagrees with the radical often gets labeled crazy.
Fair.
that's integrity.
Hi, YouTube. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe.
Integrity Farms. Let's see. Covenant.
Oh gosh! Oh my gosh! Come on! Oh my gosh! Oh gosh! Put it out! Put it out! Put it out!
I'm sorry, that's stupid. They should have.
What a mess!
They should have a firebolt.
What would you
Or they
have
put over a fire to put it out. Duh.
done differently? Sure, a fire extinguisher does come in handy, except it would leave behind a huge mess to clean up. That is, if you remember.
You know what doesn't leave behind a huge mess? A burnt down house.
Remember all the steps to
Oh wait, no, that leaves a bigger mess. Sorry, I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm thinking.
use one in the middle of all the chaos. Plus, 83% of Americans don't even know how to use them. But what even fewer people know, that there are better, cleaner, and faster ways to handle a fire.
Yeah, suffocate it.
Way more efficient and
Oh.
easier to use than a traditional extinguisher. Like this, the Prepared Hero Fire Blanket. Check it out in action. You just pull the tabs and throw it over the fire. It puts out most types of fires so smoothly, it's actually satisfying to watch. Grease fires, electrical fires, flammable liquids, wood fires, gas fires, anyone can put them out in an instant with the emergency fire blanket. The fire is...
And it's only made with 20. Actually, no, I got to be careful what I say because, I mean, obviously it's not like they'd see this, but. You know.
I'm waiting for the but wait, there's more part. That always comes.
Yeah. I wonder what it's made out of.
Zero mess.
Okay, if I phrase it this way, it's fine. I hope it's not made with any asbestos. That might keep fire from spreading.
Minimal cleanup. Plus, it never expires. You can pack it back in and reuse it anytime. Look, firefighters respond to an average of 358,000 emergency calls every year. And 48% of those fires start in the kitchen. This,
if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Quick draw blanket is a must-have for every family. Let's quickly look back on those fires we just saw. Just imagine being able to pull out an emergency fire blanket. Most of these fires could have been put out in a matter of
seconds.
seconds.
And if you need a safety blanket,
instead of going through all that chaos,
easily.
I mean, if
you just make this your safety blanket, so you can also use it in the event of a fire.
This
does it keep you warm in winter too?
You're not only risking your kitchen or your barbecue.
I don't know.
But
honestly, I'm looking this up because I want to find out what it's made out of.
Because a fire can so quickly get out of control.
Magical anti-fire fabric.
It doesn't care what's in front of it. It just spreads and eats away senselessly. That's why I strongly advise you to check out our emergency fire blanket. You can save up to 50% on family bundles and keep several handy. In your kitchen, in your barbecue area, in your garage. It's so compact, you can even stash one in your glove compartment. And put out car fires should something go sideways when you're on the road. It's the quickest, safest, cleanest way to put out a fire. Much easier than traditional fire extinguishers. And it's way, way more affordable than the cost of not being prepared when a fire emergency strikes.
It's
so
fiberglass.
Don't put it off. Please click below to check availability on the Prepared Hero website and save up to 50% on the emergency fire blanket family bundle.
So, yeah,
what it's made out of is the need to know basis, and you don't need to know.
I looked it up. It's fiberglass.
Okay.
Our Hero Fire blanket has a double dipped silicone coating that provides extra heat resistance and further prevents loose fiberglass.
I was pretty close with magical anti-fire fabric.
It's basically what it is. At the same time, I think it's pretty funny that, you know, if we're in Russia, let's be real, it would just be made out of asbestos. We send you a strip of asbestos, you put on fire, fire go out, your lungs we don't know that is not bad for your lungs. In other words, we know that. No, but that's actually they still toe the party line in Russia that that asbestos is not bad and that it's good because it's good for the industrial economy.
Well, it is good for that. It has its uses. It's just highly toxic at the same time. Again, I was picturing more of Russia. They sell you the blanket with the special liquid as well that you need to dip the blanket into before you throw it on there, i.e. a bucket of water.
Wait, what?
Instead of a special blanket, they sell you a regular blanket with a bucket of water, the special fire dampening liquid that you need to soak the blanket in before you throw it on the fire.
Wait, would that work if you just got a damp towel or like a soaking towel and put it over a fire?
For a lot of fires, it definitely will.
Not if it's a grease fire.
That's why I said for a lot of them.
Ooh. Yeah, grease fire.
I was going to say, it probably could do something on a grease fire because you're basically going to smother it a little bit.
Oh, so it's like as long as like the water isn't like dripping down and it's just sealing the pores or like the holes in the.
The point of the problem with water with the grease fires is the splatter. It instantly, shoots the grease everywhere.
Yeah. Oof. And the sizzle.
All over your flesh, usually, when you do that with a grease fire, unfortunately.
Ooh. Grease fires they're not fun, but honestly, they can be kind of entertaining until they're not entertaining.
As long as they're under control.
Under control.
Any standards, it was a shocking episode. Jacob had settled on the outskirts of the town of Shechem, ruled by Hamor. By any standards, it was a shocking episode. Jacob had settled on the outskirts of the town of Shechem, ruled by Hamor. Dinah, Jacob's daughter, goes out to see the town. Shechem, Hamor's son, sees her, abducts and rapes her, and then falls in love with her and wants to marry her. He begs his father.
One of the things that I was actually talking with someone with a while back, they pointed out to me that there were Jewish Hellenists who were equating the name Hamor with Hermes, and the name Shechem was Sycamus.
Interesting.
Have you ever heard that?
Nope, that's the first time I've heard that.
Let's see, Sycamus. Have you heard of Sycamus though?
No, Hermes I have, not Sycamus.
Let's see. Let's see. See if I can think about that. Children of Hermes. Children of Hermes. Not able to find it. Right. Oh, here. There is a category here. Interesting. Wait, what? Priapus was a son of Hermes? That's interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting. Anyway, let's continue.
This girl is my wife. Jacob hears about this and keeps quiet, but his sons are furious. She must be rescued and the people punished. Hamor and his son come to visit the family and ask them to give their consent to the marriage. Jacob's sons pretend to take the offer seriously. We'll settle among you, they say, on one condition, that all your males are circumcised. Hamor and Shechem bring back the proposal to the people of the town, and they agree. On the third day after the circumcision, when the pain was at its height, and the men incapacitated, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brothers, enter the town and kill all the males. It was a terrible retribution. Jacob rebukes his sons. You have brought trouble on me by making me a stench to the Canaanites and Perizzites, the people living in this land. We are few in number, and if they join forces against me and attack me, I and my household will be destroyed. But Simeon and Levi reply, should he have treated our sister like a prostitute? There is a real and substantive difference of opinion between Jacob and his sons. They believe that Dinah had to be rescued, whatever the cost, in human life. Jacob believed that the cost was just too high. There's a hint in the text that Simeon and Levi were right in what they did, were justified. Unusually, the Torah adds 3 times a kind of commentary on the moral gravity of the situation. Here it is, listen carefully. And the sons of Jacob came in from the field when they heard it, and the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought a vile deed in Israel, in lying with Jacob's daughter, which thing ought not to be done. And then again, the sons of Jacob came upon the slain and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. It's as if the Torah were agreeing with their judgment. And yet Jacob condemns what they did. And although he says no more at the time, it remains burningly in his mind. Many years and 15 chapters later, on his deathbed, he curses the 2 brothers for their behavior. Simeon and Levi are brothers, their swords are weapons of violence. Let me not enter their council. Let me not join their assembly, for they have killed men in their anger and hamstrung oxen as they pleased. Cursed be their anger so fierce, and their fury so cruel. I will scatter them in Jacob and disperse them in Israel. Who was right? The argument between Jacob and his sons recurred in the Middle Ages between Maimonides and Nachmanides. Maimonides takes the side of the brothers. In his law code, the Mishnah Torah, he explains that the establishment of justice and the rule of law is one of the 7 Noahide laws binding on all humanity. Here is how he defines it. How are Gentiles commanded to establish law courts? They're required to appoint judges and officers in every region to rule in accordance with the enforcement of the other 6 commands, to warn the citizenry concerning these laws, and to punish any transgressor with death by the sword. And it is on this basis that all the people of Shechem were guilty of death at the hands of Simeon and Levi, because Shechem, their prince, abducted and raped Dinah. They saw this and knew about it, but did not bring him to justice. In other words, Maimonides holds that all the townsmen were guilty by way of collective responsibility. The inhabitants of Shechem, knowing that their prince had committed a crime and failing to bring him to court, were collectively guilty of injustice. Nachmanides disagrees. He holds that the Noahide command to institute justice is a positive obligation to establish laws and courts and judges, but there is no principle of collective responsibility, nor is there liability to death for failure to implement the command. Nor could
this is eerily relevant to everything that's going on right now. You know what I mean? And this was literally 13 years ago.
Well, again, these are the sorts of problems that tend to recur.
Yeah, but I mean, obvious. So, like, what's interesting though is it almost seems that, like, to Simeon and Levi, the way they saw it was, and the thing that's problematic is how, because the 2 are just so extremely different that confusing the 2 is, if someone were to confuse the 2, that would raise questions about them. But the difference between someone being abducted and someone going off with someone willingly, basically eloping versus abduction. Oh, but see,
exactly.
I just figured it out. If you go back to the paradigm this existed in, where generally, and obviously there were cases where they had their own agency, but as a generality, where women were seen as possessions of their fathers or their husbands, and by extension, that means that if someone went off with them, even if they wanted to, it was still an abduction of someone's property.
Yeah, it's sort of like if the cow wandered home with somebody. Same sort of difference.
Interesting. It's definitely a problematic take, but it's the take that actually is there. And basically what Jacob's almost like, it seems like he's using that logic, but on another level, almost seems like he's humanizing his daughter and saying she can choose what she wants. She can marry who she wants. He just has to be circumcised.
And if he's not, yeah, we can fix that.
Yeah. Oh, dude, imagine if it was the other way around, where it was like, okay, well, if you are circumcised, then you can't be in the religion. I mean, it's basically what Christianity was like at a certain point, because they viewed it as a Judaizing thing. Well, I mean, obviously, you know, there's nothing you could do about it after the fact, but imagine if there was a religion where it was like, because you're circumcised, you can't enter. It's like the religion of the foreskin. It'd be a Philistine religion.
The way Maimonides argues, why did Jacob criticize them at the time and later curse them on his deathbed? The argument is unresolved. We know there's a principle of collective Jewish responsibility in Jewish law. Kol Yisrael arevin ze b'zeh. All Jews are sureties, are collectively responsible for one another. The question at issue, though, is whether...
I'm sorry, that raises some really bad questions. Like that's almost like a level of internal anti-Semitism. It's like we're all guilty for what our brother or sister has done. Like I get the idea, like you're responsible for them, but like there's a difference being responsible for someone and being responsible for what they do. You see what I mean?
Yeah, and I also see it as I'm only responsible for the Jewish ones. I'm not responsible for anybody outside of the community.
I wouldn't even say that, because it's not necessarily this idea of I'm only responsible for my brother. It's this idea that you're especially responsible. So it's like you're responsible for the people you make obligations to. And in the case of, I mean, I guess, yeah, if you I mean, I feel like in general, when you're dealing with communities where it might be seen as more like that, it's not so much that they aren't feeling responsible for other people so much as they live in more insular communities, and so by nature they have to be responsible for each other. I don't know, but I don't know. Let's continue.
Whether this applies to every society, or does it only apply to Jews and Judaism? Is it because of the peculiar nature of the covenant between God and the Israelites at Mount Sinai, when the people pledged themselves individually and collectively to keep the law and to ensure that it was kept? Or is collective responsibility a feature of all societies? Maimonides says it is. We're responsible not only for our own conduct, but for those around us, among whom we live. This flows, he seemed to be saying, from the nature of moral obligation. If an act is wrong, then not only must I not do it, I must, if I can, stop others from doing it too. And if I fail to do so, I share in the guilt. We would call this nowadays the guilt of the bystander. Here is how the Talmud puts it. Rav and Rabbi Chanina, Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Chaviva taught the following: whoever can forbid his household to commit a sin, but doesn't do so, is seized for the sin of his household. If he can forbid his fellow citizens, he's seized for the sins of his fellow citizens. If the whole world, then he is seized for the sins of the whole world. According to this, we are guilty for the wrongs of others that we could have prevented, but did not. Clearly, however, the issue is complex and it needs nuance. There's a difference between a perpetrator and a bystander. It's one thing to commit a crime, another to witness a crime and fail to prevent it. We might hold a bystander guilty, but not in the same degree. The Talmud uses the phrase, a bystander is seized. This may mean simply that he's morally guilty. He may be punished by the heavenly court in this world or the next. It doesn't mean that he can be summoned to a human court and sentenced for criminal negligence. The issue famously arose in connection with the German people and the Holocaust, with the German people collectively guilty. The philosopher Karl Jaspers made a distinction between the moral and legal guilt of the perpetrators and what he called the metaphysical
Sorry, did he just
guilty. The philosopher Karl Jaspers made a distinction.
Oh, I thought you said Carl
between
Jung,
moral
but
and legal guilt
because you
of
said
the
Jaspers,
perpetrators
I heard
and
Jung.
what he called the metaphysical guilt of the bystanders. He said this: there exists a solidarity among men as human beings that makes each co-responsible for every wrong and every injustice in the world, especially if a crime is committed in his presence or with his knowledge. If I fail to do whatever I can to prevent them, I too am guilty. If I was present at the murder of others without risking my life to prevent it, I feel guilty in a way not adequately conceivable either legally, politically, or morally. That I live after such a thing has happened weighs upon me as indelible guilt. So there is real guilt. But, says Jaspers, it's not legal guilt. Shimon and Levi may have been right in thinking that the men of Shechem were guilty of doing nothing when their prince abducted and assaulted Dinah, but that doesn't mean that they were entitled to execute summary justice by killing all the males. Jacob was right in seeing this as a brutal assault. In this case, Nachmanides' position seems more compelling than that of Maimonides. One of Israel's most profound moralists, the late Yeshayahu Leibovitz, wrote that though there may have been an ethical justification for what Shimon and Levi did, there's also an ethical postulate which is not itself a matter of rationalization.
There's a
and which
slightly
calls
different
forth a
angle to this
trust
thing too.
upon all justified and valid considerations. In other words, there may be actions for
Yeah.
which a moral case may be.
Could it be that Jacob really didn't have a problem with them slaughtering the people, but he had a problem with basically circumcision under false premises?
No, I don't think
Okay.
so.
Okay, because I could see God being upset about that one. You know, it's like that's supposed to be a covenant between, them and God. And once they've gone through that, you probably shouldn't be slaughtering them at that point. It'd be one thing if you just went into the town and slaughtered them because of that. Yeah, again, I didn't know if there was a difference there. I can see that making a difference, but I didn't know
Yeah.
if it actually did. Tag.
It's important to keep in mind the reason of that was so that they would essentially become part of the tribe, part of Jacob's people.
Yeah, and I'm saying, and that's where the problem came on, is you brought him into a part of the people and then killed them, as opposed to just killing them as outsiders, which is kind of like legitimate.
Oh,
Again,
I see. I see. What you
Moralist, the late Yeshayahu Leibovitz, wrote that though there may have been an ethical justification for what Shimon and Levi did, there's also an ethical postulate which is not itself a matter of rationalization.
Yeah, sort of a
and which calls
tainting of the
forth a
covenant of
trust
circumcision.
upon all these justified and valid considerations. In other words, there may be actions for which a moral case may be made, but nonetheless are still accursed. That's what Jacob meant when he cursed his sons. Collective responsibility is one thing. Collective punishment is another. Shabbat Shalom.
My name is Mia McCrae. I'm with
so true. It's one thing to say that that a people are collectively responsible for the crimes of their most radical group. It's another thing to say that they should be punished for them.
Yeah, I try to differentiate that with, it's fine to judge them, but you can't render the sentence. That's being judgmental. You need to learn the lesson, sit there and look at it again, see the responsibility, but it's not your role to necessarily exact punishment. Tag.
Definitely, yeah. Let's see what I can find.
Yeah, no, I could see the problem in the last one as being the you're tainting the whole religious covenant of circumcision, and that's just a no-no.
Shalom. This week's Torah portion is Parashat Vayishlach, beginning in verse 4 of chapter 32 of the book of Genesis. Our portion continues to chronicle the life of our forefather Jacob, Yaakov. Both last week's Torah portion of Vayetze, as well as this week's Vayishlach, focused on Yaakov and his family. In last week's portion, the family was still under the thumb of Lavan, and this week's portion marks Yaakov's return to the land of Israel. But going back to the very beginning of everything, the Midrashim describe that a spiritual conflict took place between Yaakov and Esau even before they were born, reflecting a fundamental divergence between two different approaches to life. The sage's metaphor to illustrate this informs us that when Yaakov and Esau were yet in their mother Rivka's womb, they said to each other, "There are two worlds before us, this world and the next world. Let's divide them between us." So they agreed, and Esau took his portion in this world, and Yaakov took his portion in the world to come. The food that Yaakov prepared and gave to Esau at the sale of the birthright was only a confirmation of what they had already agreed upon while yet in the womb. The idea expressed by this prenatal clash is that the dichotomy of Yaakov and Esau is parallel to two worlds, this world and the coming world. Esau is Edom, the power that rules this world. The coming world, the world of Yaakov, is the world of the soul, the world of truth that is hidden for the righteous in the language of the sages. Esau is the personification of the pursuit of immediate gratification and self-indulgence in worldly pleasures of the physical realm, the satisfaction of lusts, the subservience of the lofty spirit to base physicality, manifest in the unbridled and all-consuming desire for more and more material wealth, pleasure, and power. Esau's statement that he will take this world refers to his focus on the present tangible world and his desire for worldly success and enjoyment. Opposite Esau is Yaakov, who represents the pursuit of spiritual growth and connection with God. Torah equates Yaakov with the realm of the soul, which is in this world manifest as the desire for spiritual fulfillment and closeness to God. Yaakov's statement that he took the next world means that he sees past the sham, the empty desire and falsehood of this material world. His focus is on the eternal, and he's committed to living a righteous and meaningful life. So, as our portion opens, 20 years have passed since the brothers last met. Yaakov is fearful lest Esau come and attack his wives and children, and he prepares his family accordingly for this highly anticipated, potentially dangerous meeting with his brother Esau. He adopts a three-pronged strategy consisting of sending a gift in advance, prayer to God, and readiness to engage in battle. But it turns out that instead of meeting directly with Esau, something else happens first, a strange encounter. The night before the meeting, Yaakov is left alone, and he's set upon by a mysterious figure. Chapter 33, verse 25 reads, "Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until dawn." Rashi cites the teaching of our sages that this was none other than Esau's guardian angel. So Yaakov experienced an encounter with a spiritual entity representing Esau that preceded his meeting with the material being of Esau himself. This is one of the most famous stories of the Bible. The scene was depicted by some of the world's most notable painters, Rembrandt, Delacroix, Doré, Chagall. But did they all study Rashi's commentary? Because while everybody seems to know that Yaakov fought all night with Esau's ministering angel, that's not at all clear from the simple and plain meaning of the words in the verse where we read in verse 25, "Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until dawn." In Hebrew, this attacker is called Ish, a man, not Malach, an angel. Bearing in mind from the simple and plain meaning of the words in the verse where we read in verse 20, Doré, Chagall. But did they all study Rashi's commentary? Because while everybody seems to know that Yaakov fought all night with Esau's ministering angel, that's not at all clear from the simple and plain meaning of the words in the verse where we read in verse 25, "Jacob was left alone, and a man wrestled with him until dawn." In Hebrew, this attacker is called Ish, a man, not Malach, an angel. Bearing in mind that Torah always conveys many layers of meaning, we recall that specifically when it comes to this first book of Torah, Breshit, such great sages as the Ramban remind us that the entire book is symbolic of the future. Indeed, everything about Yaakov and his family specifically, and all that they endured, is a portent for future generations. And while we always strive when studying Torah to grasp the literal meaning of a verse or section before going on to the deeper layers of meaning, this incident in particular cannot be understood at all in a literal sense. Yaakov is left alone all night with a man who wrestles with him, who cannot defeat him, but who wounds him. And this figure asks Yaakov to release him at dawn, but Yaakov says, only if you bless me first. What does any of this mean on a simple level? There is no simple level of meaning here. Torah is speaking exclusively on the level of symbolism. The thing is, though, elsewhere, wherever Torah wants us to know that we're seeing an angel, that figure is always identified as such explicitly, so that we know that we're seeing an angel, such as the angel who appeared to Abraham at the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, the angel who appeared to Hagar, and the angel who appeared to Bilam, to name several. And there are more. But here, Torah purposely conceals the opponent's angelic identity and presents him as a man, leaving it up to our sages to clarify and explain that this indeed is the ministering angel of Esau, a heavenly being. So there is a deliberate blurring here that serves to emphasize the significance and importance of Yaakov's meeting with two sides of Esau, as it were, both the material Esau and his metaphysical counterpart. So open up your heart. What is this really all about? What does Torah seek to teach us by going out of its way to have us understand that the night before Yaakov actually met with Esau, he met this figure whom the sages tell us was the Sar, which means officer, that is to say, the ministering angel of Esau, a celestial being, a spiritual twinner, a higher essence, a being from another dimension, but somehow parallel to Esau. And Yaakov encounters this being who attacks him exactly the night before his anticipated meeting with the real Esau in the flesh. Now, at that meeting between the physical Yaakov and Esau, Yaakov knew that there was the possibility that there would be war. And indeed, the meeting could have turned out much differently than it did. But the next day, finally, the moment of the meeting with Esau arrives. Yaakov returns from Charan with his entire family, and Esau advances toward him with an army of 400 men. As we learned, Yaakov had prepared himself for war, but also sent along a gift and conciliatory messages to Esau. And finally, in a very public summit, Yaakov bows before Esau 7 times, and Esau runs to Yaakov, embracing and kissing him. On the surface, it looks like a moving picture of brotherly reconciliation, but we'll get back to that. Now, we know that by identifying this mysterious figure as Esau's angel, we're being taught something essential about Yaakov's struggle with Esau himself. Yaakov had suspected that there would be trouble, perhaps even bloodshed, and he prepared accordingly. But when it came to the actual confrontation, there was no struggle. But at least ostensibly, there was reconciliation. But yet the earthly meeting was preceded by a true struggle in which Yaakov, while besting his attacker, was wounded. So Torah is telling us that Yaakov's suspicion was justified. He knew, he presaged that there was going to be a struggle on some level. The war with Esau, like everything else in this world, has a spiritual root. And it's not only taking place on the level of this world, the earthly manifestation, but it's an expression of a greater struggle. But wait, this is a remarkable point. So open up your heart deeper still. Why is it that there's no harmony, there's no consistency between what happened on the spiritual level and what ultimately transpired in its counterpart, the actual battle in reality? If Yaakov's meeting with the angel was a prophetic experience that was meant somehow to impart important lessons, then why did it not conform to its corollary in the realm of our tangible reality? In the spiritual sequence, Yaakov struggles with the angel all night long, and although he emerges as the victor, he was struck and wounded. But in the material dimension, when the two brothers met, they reconciled, and the event passed peacefully. So the symbolic story that took place on the spiritual level does not correspond to what actually happened. We would think, would we not, that there would be symmetry between these two dimensions of the Yaakov-Esau dichotomy, but there isn't. And deeper still, there's another important point to consider. Torah's narrative emphasizes that the struggle was not easily resolved. Torah does not depict it as a passing quick skirmish. It lasted the entire night. Yaakov was left alone and wrestled with his opponent until dawn. So open up your heart in the deepest way as we look once again to the words of the great medieval sage Nachmanides, known as the Ramban. He writes that Yaakov's struggle with the angel presages the ongoing struggles with their adversaries that future generations of his descendants would face, that it's a depiction of times of darkness in the reality of the fabric of Jewish history, that this whole thing was not about Yaakov at all, but it was about the future. It was about his children. Yaakov is the root of the nation of Israel, and his life was the template for the future of the Klal Yisrael, all of Israel. So he was shown that there will be dark times during this long night of exile when he will be left alone to engage in a fight for his survival with no one to help him. This will not be easy because it's not going to be a complete victory until dawn, and it's not going to be smooth. After fighting with him all night, the angel was not successful in defeating Yaakov, but he did succeed in wounding him, foreshadowing that his future descendants will sustain wounds. In his commentary on our Parshah, Ramban cites from the writings of the sages and states that Yaakov's struggle with Esau's angel foretells times of terrible decrees for the nation of Israel. The decrees known as Shmad, attempts to compel the Jews to abandon their faith and destroy them as a people. Historically, there have been so many instances of this Shmad during the time of the Romans and the Greek rule in ancient Israel, and of course the Spanish Inquisition and the Crusades and other periods of persecution, all the way to the persecutions of our own time, as we all know so well. Bear in mind that Nachmanides lived in the 13th century. He passed away in the year 1270, and by his time, entire Jewish communities all across the lands of their exile had already experienced such decrees. He writes about the torture and decrees of execution that were inflicted upon the Jewish people, but yet, he points out, after everything, after all the wounds that the nation has endured and continues to endure, chapter 33 and verse 18 states, Yaakov arrived shalem, intact, complete. His struggle with the angel bears witness to his descendants confronting and overcoming the onslaughts of their adversaries throughout the ages. In the beginning of chapter 33, we learn that Yaakov prepared his family to pass before Esau. And then verse 3 tells us, then he himself went on ahead of them and bowed earthward 7 times until he reached his brother. It's important to examine what really happened at this meeting. How could Yaakov, the perfection of the forefathers, who is the man of truth, as in Micha chapter 7 and verse 20, whose name just the night before was clarified to be Israel by the angel in validation of the blessings truly belonging to him, how could Yaakov bow down before Esau, the murderer, the personification of falsehood, materialism, and idolatry? Just imagine if the media were covering the event, they would have reported that Yaakov admitted defeat and surrendered before his brother, bowing down before him. The holy sages of the Zohar tell us the awesome secret, the inner meaning of these words, that Yaakov went on ahead and bowed earthwards. Yaakov had reached such a high level of spiritual perception that actually all he saw was the Creator before him. Precisely at this critical moment of the meeting with his brother, Yaakov experienced a powerful revelation of the Shekhinah, and it was before the divine presence that he bowed 7 times. He didn't even see Esau.
That's
the media covering the event, and everyone else looked superficially and saw him bowing before his brother. But Yaakov saw his own inner vision. And looking superficially, this is great. This is so nice. Okay, the angel wounded Yaakov, but the brothers actually made peace. Chapter 33 and verse 4 reads, Esau ran towards him, embraced him, fell upon his neck and kissed him, and they wept. After all the tense anticipation and apprehension, there's no violence. But Torah is teaching us a profound lesson. As mentioned, for all appearances, this looks like a moving picture of brotherly reconciliation. Not really. The sages comment enigmatically, don't read the word as nishika, that Yaakov kissed Yaakov. Read it as nishicha, he bit him. He tried to kill him with his teeth. Esau was still trying to kill Yaakov through his tears, through his embrace, through his smile. And this is the meaning of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai's well-known teaching. It is halacha that Esau hates Yaakov, meaning it is a fixed and unchanging principle. With their penetrating insight, our sages are issuing a warning for all future generations, all throughout history, for those of us who in their own time will participate in the continuation of this meeting. And the warning is, don't be fooled by Esau's embrace. Don't be taken in by appearances. Look at what's really happening beneath the surface. Don't think that the enmity of Esau has
I don't
ends.
like
Don't
this
look at
passage.
his crops. Remember, The material realm is Esau's playing field, killing field, that is, and he is expert at manipulation and illusion and feigning affection. The collision reaches fever pitch with the inhuman hatred of Amalek, Esau's descendant. Esau, Amalek, Ishmael, they all act separately but in collusion, and their spirits morph together in a fluidity of hatred. But Hashem is in all of this. Through the prophet Malachi, God declares, I loved you, said Hashem, but you say, how have you loved us? Was not Esau the brother of Yaakov? The word of Hashem, yet I loved Yaakov, but I hated Esau. I made his mountains a desolation and gave his heritage to the desert serpents. Hashem's plan is for the struggle to continue until the final encounter at the end of days. As prophesied by the prophet Obadiah, for the day of Hashem upon the nations is close. As you have done, so shall be done to you. Your requital shall return upon your heads. Hashem's judgment will usher in the final redemption. As
Is it just me, or does it
the house
sound
of
like
Jacob will be fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for straw. Jacob, so shall be done to you. Your requital shall return upon your heads. Hashem's judgment will usher in the final redemption. As Obadiah states, the house of Jacob will be fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for straw, and they will ignite them and devour them. There will be no...
Dude, is it just me, or does that sound like the description of nuclear mutually assured destruction?
A little too close for my taste. One of the
Wait, what do you mean a little too close?
Well, I don't know. It just seemed like a better thing to say. I was going to say the lesson that I was taking from that I saw is kind of legitimate is the idea that the night before Jacob was doing his internal work. You know, he was wrestling with his guardian angel, his inner sense, his inner self, and in that way, when the confrontation with Esau came the next day, it went well because he had prepared himself properly and he had fought his battle the night before because his battle was with himself and not with his brother. Tag.
Interesting. But no, I mean, like, obviously I don't like the interpretation that like this, everyone will get, like, what you do will be done to you. Like, obviously, like, there's a lesson to that where it's, okay, like, if you do bad shit to people, then bad shit will happen to you, and if you do good shit to people, good shit will happen to you. But the issue is when you apply it to the real world with something like I don't know, just the imagery of, like, the burning of the cities or whatever, and that, like, they'll be consumed by fire, and this idea that, what you do will be done to you. And if you're talking about weapons, then that could actually correlate, given it's one of those things where I don't think it's like, oh, God was talking about nuclear weapons, but at the same time, it's like, it's eerily, I really hope it's not the case.
Yeah, no, I see where you're going to, and part of it is the, as you do unto others, so it's going to be done to you. It's like you're basically adopting some rules of engagement, and you're saying that in order that if you get to treat others that way, it's fair to treat you that way. So that's some of my take on that one. But again, taking that to its final conclusion, it can get hot. Tag.
But yeah, I mean, it's also interesting because if you look at that, it's oh shoot, I just lost my train of thought. It was the no, I lost it. Oh, what was it you were saying before?
Well, it's the idea that you're setting up the rules of engagement.
Oh, right. Shit, I lost it.
Again, to tie it to the current one, if you're going to sit there and shoot missiles into Israel, you kind of have to expect missiles to get shot back at you. You can't complain. You've set up that as your rules of engagement. So
I basically, it's not saying that the act that one's doing is right. It's actually not saying that the act is good or bad. All it's saying is that what is good and that what will happen is that what you do to others will be done to you. And so by nature of that, you should only do unto others what you want done to you. And because of that, save for people who might be masochists, people would basically just treat each other well. And I think the thing is, it's not saying this is good or bad. It's simply saying that what will be, when the kingdom of heaven arrives, is that what you do will be done to you. And I feel like on some level, it's almost going against this idea of a duality of good and evil, and saying that it's almost like if you don't like what's being done to you. And again, I feel like it's a problem now, because if you say that, you don't like what's being done to you, you have to change, basically blaming someone for what happens. But if you view it as, that what you do to others will, so not what happens to you. You don't view it backwards, but you view it forwards. The things that you do now will affect you later, as opposed to viewing it as the things that happened to you in the past was because of what you did in the, or what the things that happen to you in the present as because of the past. I think that can be really unhealthy. Whereas if you think of the things that happen in the present as, preluding to the future, then that's another case, because then they'll actually change the way you act, as opposed to just make you super anxious.
I don't agree with totally dispensing the learning lessons from the past. It's sort of like, if you have no money, in the bank because you spent it all, that's a lesson you need to learn.
No, but I'm talking about, for instance, say someone gets I don't know, someone gets hit by a stray bullet or something. I think it can be really harmful for people to internalize that as, I must have done something wrong.
Well, again, when I take that approach, I can always chalk it off to simply wrong place at the wrong time, random bad luck,
Yeah, that's the wrong thing that you did. Go there.
Yeah, it just happened to the number popped up on the roulette wheel. Just happened to hit me. Yep.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here.
No survivor to the house of Esau, for Hashem has spoken. Yaakov's long night alone with the angel is almost over, but he's never really alone. He sees the divine presence before him at all times, and to him alone he bows. This is the power of the emunah, the faith that is deeply planted in the hearts of all his descendants. Yaakov is soon to arrive complete. It's always darkest before the dawn, but the darkness of night leads to dawn and a brand new light, never before seen, the light of redemption. In the words of King David's Psalm 36, for with you is the source of life. By your light may we see light.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stewart. Did you know that right now over 70...
One of the reasons I like swimming is that the waterproof smartphone has not yet been invented, or if it has, I haven't seen it yet. A few months ago, I noticed one of my swimming buddies carefully placing a towel at the end of the pool right by the edge of the water. He did a few laps and then coasted to a halt in front of his poolside towel. Carefully, he flipped the towel over, and there was a smartphone. Is it my imagination, or has solitude become an endangered species? Life can be divided into two distinct phases. Input. Is it my imagination, or has solitude become an endangered species? Life can be divided. Solitude become an endangered species. Life can be divided into two distinct phases, input and output. In our childhood, our brains are largely set to record, and we record by imitation. We learn to speak by imitating our parents. Part of raising a child is to encourage positive role modeling and minimize contact with negative stereotypes. In this week's Torah portion, Jacob sends a message to Esau, his brother, that he sojourned with Love and with Laban. Now, the numerical equivalent of 𐤅𤇉, to sojourn, is 613. There are 613 mitzvot, commands in the Torah. Yaakov was hinting by using this word 𐤅𝇉 that and Laban had not become his role model, and he still kept all the 613 mitzvot of the Torah. The second phase of our life is when we reach maturity. And at this point, imitation has to give way to our own motivation. It's not enough to just do things because that's the way he always did it. Not become his role. Yaakov was hinting by using this word 𐤅𝇉 that and Laban had not become his role model, and he still kept all the 613 mitzvot of the Torah. The second phase of our life is when we reach maturity. The second phase of our life is when we reach maturity. And at this point, imitation has to give way to our own motivation. It's not enough to just do things because that's the way we always did it at home. Lessons learned through imitation have to be relearned and made our own. And if we don't do this, we will never grow to be truly independent thinkers and doers. And not only that, but we'll never become inspiring role models for our children and our students, because they will sense that our mentoring is second-hand and stale. At a certain point in life, we have to pick up the ball ourselves and run with it. And the only way to do this is by giving ourselves time. Time to introspect, time to examine our lives, our wants, our goals. A quarter of an hour a week may be sufficient, but it has to be quality time. If one spouse or child would come in and ask us for advice, we'd close the door, take the phone off the hook, and give them our undivided attention. Should we not give ourselves the same attention? In a world where the deep-sea smartphone is just around the corner, it takes some effort to create the silence of solitude that is the key to maturity.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's, dude, we're so connected to our, wireless devices. It's like we have an invisible wire that connects us to them.
I was going to say he's behind the times because I had a waterproof smartphone several years ago.
Yeah, but you're not really supposed to put them underwater, are you?
Well, it's supposed to be it says it's waterproof up to 30 minutes, up to 30 feet in water. Yeah.
I don't know. I just feel like eventually there will be a phone that literally you can leave it underwater and it'll be fine.
I don't know. I would be surprised if you put it in the proper case, you can do that now. One of the reasons I think is an issue is that people aren't comfortable with themselves anymore. And that's one of the reasons why they're so used to distractions. They don't know what to do with themselves if they don't have any distractions. Tag.
Yeah, I think you're onto something. So, hey Zero, I put a link to join in, so if you want to hop in. So let's get started. I just need here. So, Baruchu et Adonai Amvorach, Baruch Adonai Amvorach leolam vaed. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. Let's see, see what are the different translations before we start. What's the difference between these two? Yeah, let's go with this one. I think this was probably better. What was? Nah, yeah, let's go with this one. Sorry. So, וישכם לבן בבוקר וינשק לבניו. Wait, no, sorry. וישלח יעקב מלאכים לפניו ואל עשיו אחיו ארצה שעיר שדה אדום ויצב אותם לעומר כתאמרון לאדוני לעשיו כה אמר עבדך יעקב עם לבן גרתי עתה ויהי לי שור וחמור צאן ועבד ושפחה ואשלח והגיד לאדוני למצוא חן בעיניך וישובו המלאכים אל יעקב לאמור באנו אל אחיך אל עשיו וגם הולך לקראתך 400 איש עמו וירא יעקב מאוד ויצר לו ויחץ את העם אשר איתו ואת הצאן ואת הבקר והגמלים לשניהם מחנות ויאמר אם ואבוא עשיו אל המחנה האחת והיכהו והיה המחנה הנשאר לפלטה. ויאמר יעקב אלוהי אבי אברהם ואלוהי אבי יצחק אדוני האומר אלי שוב לארצך ולמולדתך ואיטיב עמך קטונתי מכל החסדים קטונתי מכל החסדים ומכל האמת אשר עשית את עבדך כי אני קטונתי מכל החסדים ומכל האמת אשר עשית את עבדך כי No, that's a different part. כי במקלי עברתי את הירדן הזה ועתה הייתי לשני מחנות. הצילנו נא מיד אחי מיד עשיו כי ירא אנוכי אותו פן יבוא והיכני הם על הבנים ואתה אמרת היטב היטיבי עמך ושמתי את זרעך ככל הים, אשר לא יספר מרוב, וילן שם. בלילה ההוא ויקח מן הבא מידו מנחה לעשו אחיו. Let's see. And Yaakov sent. Wait, what? Okay, this is interesting. Look how this translates this. This is a bad translation. And Jacob sent angels before Esau. No, this is sent messengers. So let's find it in a translation that renders it as messengers. It'd be one thing if it just rendered it as malachim, but let's see.
Yeah, I don't think the intended takeaway is that Jacob was commanding the angels around.
Honestly, I would like that interpretation. It's pretty cool.
Oh, I like it. It's really cool. I just don't think that's the intended one.
Oh, this is good. Wait, what? As Jacob approached the land of his father, fear of his brother revived in him. He therefore made a threefold preparation: prayer to the Almighty, appeasement, and battle. Where is it saying that? Wait. Wait.
I think they might have read that into it a little strongly.
Oh, maybe this might just be giving context. That might be it. So, first Jacob sent messengers. So yeah, Jacob sent messengers ahead of him to Esau. Yeah, here, this is correct. Here's where it starts. This might be good. And he commanded them to say thus, Tomrun, thus has been spoken. Wait, what? Thus has been said for, I don't, Adoni to your master. Wait. Thus you will say to my Thus you will say to my, what? Thus you will say to my master Esau, thus your servant Jacob. Wait, what? Okay, hold on. And he commanded them to say thus, saying, say to my lord, to Esau, thus, say of Decha Yaakov, your servant Jacob, Im Lavan has been with Lavan Garti, wait. Say that, yeah, it's interesting that oh, so it's saying, so he's literally saying so he's telling them that to say that Jacob your servant, even though he's Jacob, so he's speaking in the third person, then he's saying to tell them that that Jacob has been with Lavan. And now he's saying, I lived with the Echar and delayed until now. So like I lived with him up until now. Let's see. Oh, this is, so what they're doing is they're basing this on commentary. So hold on, I'm going to get rid of that. Not that I don't like commentary, but I'd like to know what it's, I mean, given I'm translating myself, it's nice to be able to look back on it. All right, this might be good. All right. And I have, wait, Vayhi short. And so it'll be for me, wait, what? And it has been for me, and I have had ox and donkey, wait, chamor, yeah, donkey, flocks and flocks. Wait, so Owen, flocks and Eved. Oh, I was thinking of Edri, which is another type of flock, but Eved and servant, Veshivcha and like maidens, Ve'eshlacha, and I have sent. And so I send. I've sent to tell to my Lord to find favor in his eyes. And and the angels returned to Jacob, and the messengers returned to Jacob, saying, we came to your brother to Esau, and also walked to call and also and he is also going to greet you, and 400 men with him. Oof, that's got to be stressful. And Jacob saw and Jacob feared greatly, and see, it can also be form, fashion, frame. But in this case, it was and he was distressed. He divided the people that was with him and the cattle and the flock and the camels into 2 camps. And he said, if Esau comes to this camp, to one camp, and he strikes it, but there will be the camp that remains to flee to, or that escapes. And Jacob said, God of my father Abraham and God of my father Jacob, Yehovah, God who said, Homer Eli, not. Okay, so who said to me, return to the land, return to your land and to the place of your birth, and I will bless, I will give you good, I will deal well with you. I am small. I'm small from all the katonti. I am small or insignificant from all the kindness and all the truth that you have done for your servant. That that with my staff I crossed the Jordan, this Jordan, and now I have been for 2 camps. So he's basically it's basically saying he doesn't trust in him, but it's interesting. Please save me from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, because I fear him, lest he come and he strike me, mothers upon their children. Okay, that's really eerie that this, and I mean, I guess you could argue that, if there's ever a violent conflict that happens during this, I don't know, it just feels especially eerie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
One moment. Let's see. And you said, but you said, you said, yeah, Amarta. No, but you said, Hetev Etiv, I will certainly like boon you. I don't know how to like. I will certainly do good by you, and I will place your seed. Oh, I will set your seed like the grains of sand, or like the sand of the sea. That cannot be counted from its multitude. And he lodged there for the night, for that night, and he took min haba. He took from there min haba. He took from haba. I don't know. Oh, min haba. And he took min haba from that was in his hand. Mincha le'esav. He took a gift in his hand for his brother Esau. 1 second. I'm going to see where the next one is, just so I can get some context. Okay, let's see, where are we? Oh, sweet. Wait, what? You got to be kidding me. Okay, cool. This is cool. Guess what? We're already on Perek, or like part 2. So you know what? Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Oh, sweet. Honestly, that 1 week we just had a really long one. Okay, yeah, we're going to do this. I committed to it, and it's not long enough that I would actually be, considered a little bit loony if I decided to do this. I mean, to be fair, we're all a little bit loony, but the fact that I'm deciding to stay up just so I can finish this. Okay, so we're on. Oh, I don't even know why I'm looking at my phone. I'm reading off the computer. Okay. Wait, so I just want to make sure. So we're going now until third, so it's 30. Okay, so we'll do 15 more. So Izi Mahatayim Utayashim Esrim Rechalim Me'atayim Elim Esrim Gamalim Menikot Benegam Sheloshim Paharot Arbaim Uparim Asara Atonot Esrim Ve'ayarim Asara Vaitan Beyad Yad Vadav Eder Lavado Vayomer Elavadav Yivru Lefanai Veravach Tashimu Bein Neder uvein Neder Vayatzav et harishon leomer ki yifkashcha Esau achihu. Oh. Sorry, I didn't see you. I don't know. I just got a feeling sorry about that. How are y'all doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You're on a roll there. Sorry to try to slow it.
All right. יפגשך עשיו אחיו ושלך לאומר למי אתה ואנה תלך ולמי אהנה לפניך ואמרת לעבדך ליעקב מנך היא שולוחה לאדוני לעשו והנה גם הוא אחרינו ויצב גם את השני גם את השלישי גם את כל ההולכים אחרי העדרים לאומר כדבר הזה תדברון אל עשיו במוצא חמותו ואמרתם גם הנה עבדך יעקב אחרינו כי אמר החפרה פניו במנחה ההולך לפני ואחרי כן ההרה לפניו אולי יישא פניים ותעבור המנחה על פניו והוא לבן בלילה ההוא במחנה ויקם בלילה ההוא ויקח את שתי נשיו ואת שתי שפחותיו ואת 11 וילדיו ויעבור את מעבר יבוק ויקחם ויעבירם את הנחל ויעבר את השלו ויוותר יעקב לבדו ויאבק כי שמו עד עלות השחר ויורא כי לא יכול לו ויגע בכף ירחו ותקע כף ירח יעקב ואבקו עמו ויאמר שלחני כי עלי השחר ויאמר לו אשלח כי אם ברכתני ויאמר עליו מה שמך ויאמר יעקב ויאמר לו יעקב ויאמר עוד שמך כי ישראל כי שרית עם אלוהים ועם אנשים ותוכל וישאל יעקב ויאמר הגידה נשמך ויאמר למה זה תשאל לשמי והיה ברך אותו So, goats and 100 goats, no, 200 goats, female goats, and tayashim, and 20 male he goats, tayashim, and 20 he goats and 100 male goats. I guess you can use the 20 he goats for the 100. Dude, I'm tired. The 20 he goats for the 100 she goats. Rechalim matayim. What will this be? Use matayim 200 ve'elim esrim and 20 rams. Minikot, nursing camels. Interesting. Do you think that's referencing like harvesting their milk?
I would say so, yeah. Or also definitely indicating, female camels of breeding age. Certainly.
So it says, camels, like camels from or for nursing, and their sons, and their children, shloshim, and their young. It's interesting. It doesn't even say children. It like deliberately it deliberately doesn't use language that would humanize them to the point of making people uncomfortable about killing them. It just says young. Again, maybe actually, now that I think about it, the word would be the same no matter what. So in Semitic, it wouldn't matter. This is actually just a choice of the translator. But I'm tired, so I forgot about that. So nursing camels and their children, 30 of them. Is that saying 30 nursing camels and they're young? Is it just implying all the young? How do you know which young is of which? Like, parot, heifers. So 30 of the camels, 40 heifers, and asura, 10 bulls. What's like a donkey, but a female one, connected with onomancy, with like like donkey prophecy, which was apparently a huge thing in the ancient world. Don't ask me how, but I do remember. Yeah, what?
They can talk.
Oh,
The one ass talked to Abimelech, didn't it?
No, you're thinking of Balaam.
Oh yeah, Balaam. Yeah, Balaam.
Yeah, but interestingly enough, it's also one of the primary animal like icons or whatever of the goddess Asherah. She's often depicted as riding on the back of a donkey, specifically a she-ass.
And Christ had to enter the city on one to fulfill the prophecy.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like, it's pulling a lot of these older traditions, but I forget how it gets interpreted in Jewish tradition, because it's not like a super key thing. But in Christian tradition, they're like, well, he rode in on a donkey because he was coming as a servant, not as a king, and that's why nobody recognized him. But when he comes the second time, everybody's going to... It's like one of those things where it's like, okay, if he comes the second time and everybody recognizes him, then, why you got to be so uptight about it now?
Well, it was even that he sent somebody to go find the ass. He said, "There's an ass over there. Go get it, so I can go into town." So it was like to fulfill a prophecy. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't like he was already on a donkey.
Well, it's interesting because Ashura uses the same language. She tells Kudshwa Amrar, was it holy and most blessed one, that to saddle her. I'm not joking. To saddle her ass to holster her donkey so that she can and then lifts her up onto it. Anyway, let's see. So where are we at? Otna Esrim. Wait. So Asara Otnot. Wait, no. Otnot Esrim ve'ayerim Asara. That's interesting. So it says ve'ayerim he asses, male asses, but here it says colts. I wonder why it translates it that way. So 20 she asses and 10 asses. You know what? Ooh, dude. You know what the difference between a she ass and an ass is?
This sounds like a good joke. I don't know what.
I don't know. What is it?
A future and very lucrative career that will only last for about 10 years. Actually, now that I think about it, technically speaking, I don't know. I guess it could actually apply. Whatever. You know what? I thought it was a good joke. You know what? I'm too tired to make decent jokes. So you know what? Cut me some slack. So
never assume.
That was very good. So let's see. And he gave in his hand to his servant Eder flock or herd by herd. Oh, that's what Eder is. It's a herd, not a flock. Eder herd by herd, levado, by itself. Vayomer, and said to his servant, cross over to the Lepanai Veravach. Interesting. Okay, this is fascinating. So look at this. So Revech, the root is Resh, Vav, and Chet. Now, it tends to be that, so with Yud, Hey, and Vav, you can, I'm not saying you can just you can't just change them, but generally, so say you have the word so this word Revech, basically Yud, Hey, and Vav. Those are the three letters that are used in the name of God, which is 4. You have Hey repeated twice. But if you switch it around, the context is so similar, and there's a lot of mystical things that people draw of that. But notice this. So Revech means space, interval, respite, or relief. So now, do you know what Ruach means?
Is that like vehicle?
No. It means spirit, wind, or breath.
Oh, okay.
So, notice this. The idea of a breath, having space in your lungs, or filling the space and making space. That's what breathing is. It's intervals of space, respite, and relief. But you have to keep breathing, otherwise you lose that respite and you can also breathe in order to cause respite and relief. I don't know. I think this is just really interesting how that's connected.
Does that relate to the oxen or something?
To the what?
I seem to recall something that relate over to what Rebecca's root word from a few oxen or something?
No, that's ravak. Whereas this is revech. But I understand why you thought that. I'm impressed that you remembered that. But yeah, I think it means like fatling or something, or like nursling, like a fatling ox or something. I might be wrong.
I think it was supposed to be like 3 pair or something like that.
What was that?
I think it was supposed to be like 3 pair of oxen or something.
Oh.
Or 3 of one of the sexes or something.
Yeah, we could look it up after. So, before crossover before the place. Virevach tasimu bain eder, and cause there and leave space between between herd and herd. Wait, between herd and between herd. What's tasimu then? Place them. Leave room. Place room. Interesting, because this sets that to extend compassion. Wait, is that a figure or is that an example? Apparently, to set can also mean to extend compassion. Oh, like to set the. Okay, I think it's a contextual thing. Right. And he commanded the first. It says first group, but the first saying, because you've got Shechem, Pagash, because you have met, because when Esau meets you, when Esau, my brother, meets you and asks you to, and asks you, saying, for who are you? And ve'ana telech, and why? And please tell and please where you go, like tell me where you go, and to who ele lefanecha, to who these are lefanecha for. Wait, to whom do these ahead of you belong? I don't know it. The things ahead of you, because it was like a caravan. The amarta it's interesting. It's almost like, oh, I know what Esau was going to say, and you'll say to your you'll say, quote, to your servant, to Jacob, it's a gift that he has sent to my lord, to Esau, and behold, he also is behind us. So he's telling him that Jacob's behind him, and he commanded also the second. It's interesting how here it says second, only translates as a second, doesn't say, second group, but commanded the second, also the third, and also all the and also all those walking after him, ha'adarim, the herds, ha'adarim, yeah, ha'adarim lamor. Oh, behind the herd, saying, "Kadavar hazab," this thing, tidabrun, that is being spoken, or this word that you that is to this word, you will speak to Esau, b'metzachem, when when you find when you in your finding of him. Okay. And he also said, behold, your servant Jacob is after us, For he said, Achafra, I will atone his face. V'mincha, I will atone, or I will repay his face in a gift that is going before me. And after that, Ertze Panav, and after that, when I see his face, oh my god, it feels like that's when I see his face. Maybe I will lift. Yisapanai, Ulai Yisapanai. Perhaps and I will see his face. Maybe Yisapanai, he will lift my face? He will lift up my face. That doesn't make sense. Or be gracious to me. Oh, it's saying that he won't cause me to look down. And the gift crossed over upon before him. But he lodged at night. He lodged that night in the camp, and he arose in the night, and he took two women, or two. Well, in this context, it would be. I'm trying to think. Oh no, but it says his women. So 2 of his wives and 2 of his maids, and one, and 11 children of his children, and they crossed the Ma'avar Jabbok, the crossing of Jabbok, which means emptying. Interesting. And he took them and and they crossed the Nachal, the wadi, or the river. It's a wash. Sometimes there's water there, sometimes it's not. And they crossed that which was there. Or no, and they and they brought across that which was his. Vater Yaakov, and Jacob was left by himself. Yaakov was left levado, by himself. Ve'avek, and he wrestled, ish imo, a man with him, ad alot, until ad alot hashachar, until the rising of the dawn. Vayara ki lo yachol, and when he saw that he was not able to yaga. What is yaga? He was not able to touch or to strike him, bekaf yerecho, by the palm of his. When he saw he was not able. Oh, yochal, here it's saying is prevail, or able, prevail, overcome, endure. That he was not able to overpower him. He touched bekaf. He touched in his hands yarecho. He touched in his hand his thigh, vetaka. And he and dislocated. This is why they name it Tekoa, is it? He dislocated like kaf yarech. The interesting. Oh wow. Okay, this is fascinating. So the literal translation here is, and when he saw that he could not overcome him, oh wow, he struck in his hand or with his hand to his, wait, wait. Yeah, so no, here it doesn't say his hand. So when he struck in hand, his, here it's not referring to Jacob, it's referring to the man. He struck Yerecho Yarach. He struck his thigh or his loin. Viteka. Holy shit. And he dislocated kaf yarech. He kaf, palm, hand, sole, palm of the hand, hollow or flat of the hand, power. No, I think I just, listen to this. Apparently, it can also be handles as bent, pan vessel, hollow objects, bending objects, bent objects of thigh joints. I feel like there's something else going on, but it's not dealing with joints. So notice this, power. So if we render this here as power, and okay, wow. So and when he saw that he could not overcome him, he struck in, or like it's saying where he struck the power of his thigh. In other words, his balls. Viteka kaf yarech, and he dislocated the power of his thighs. Wait. Yaakov bit he'avaku imo, as he wrestled with it. So you know what's interesting? So this is, you know what? Let's see. This could actually determine whether or not this theory is true. Did Jacob have any children after Benjamin? So this is really interesting. Do you think there might be anything to that translation?
No, I think you could be onto something. Go ahead, Zero.
Let's see. Was it Kronos, and with the size was emasculated, was
yeah,
his junk drops off and I think froths up his Venus out of the ocean or whatever.
Let's see.
It was an overthrow of the older father god.
Let's see if I can. Let's see. Did Jacob have any children after Benjamin? After Benjamin, his 12th son, was born, there is no mention in the Bible of Jacob having any more biological children. So for all we know, he could have been castrated by this. I don't know. It's also just kind of interesting because typically Jacob isn't depicted as having a beard, at least not that I'm aware of. But
and is this where he's actually wrestling with God? Is that what this is? And then he's emasculated?
Well, see, that's the thing. It doesn't actually say that it's God. It's implied because he can't overcome him. But at the same time, why do you automatically assume that the first person that you can't overpower is God?
And
So
again,
that's
that's
all
where.
just
Oh, go ahead.
Well, that's all just laid on top of that story then that this guy he wrestled with, or I guess there's the reference later of what Israel means, wrestled with God.
Right. And that's why one of my potential takes was the idea of wrestling with yourself, because that's somebody you can't overcome.
Let's see.
Yeah, that's what it always kind of seemed like to me too, that it was like a psychological, again, another one of these things where it all just happens in his head in a way, and that he's fighting himself.
And if you spiritualize it, is he's essentially, wrestling with his guardian angel sort of concept, his higher self.
Let's see if I can find anything. So commentary. So this is where the whole idea that like of his like sciatic nerve or whatever. Let's see. Bekaf Yerecho, his hip joint. He tried to dislocate his hip joint, hoping that this would cause him to fall down. The angel touched in a manner which twisted his hip joint. They could not overpower Yaakov. Oh, interesting. So here it's saying that the angel realized that he couldn't overpower Jacob, and that's why he did it.
Uh-huh.
Let's see.
Does he walk with a limp after this? Who resets his hip?
He touched the hollow of his thigh. What if it's talking about the hollow in between the thigh?
Well, it's still that kind of groin point.
Yeah. Was strained vateka, was strained in similar to teka, be moved or removed.
Yeah, remove the power seems a little more than just dislocating a hip.
Interesting.
You could say remove the power to walk, but what's that term for the power there?
So that's how I'm translating kaf, literally hand. But here they also want to translate it as hollow objects, bending objects, bend objects of thigh joint. So really, it's just as much potentially power as it could be, as much as it could be joint. So let's see. Where are we at? Okay. So yeah, that's interesting. And he said, "Send me because the dawn is rising." And he said, "No," and I would and he said, "I will not send you, or I will not release you until if I will not release you, because if I will not release you until you bless me." And he said to him, "Ma shemcha, what is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." And he said, "You are not Jacob, yet Amer." He said more. Wait, you are called Jacob, or you will be called Jacob no longer. Your name will be Ki im Israel, wait, your name will, because with Israel. No, because if Israel, because wait, here it says, but Israel, im Israel, but. Okay, this is interesting because I wonder if at one point this im Israel was actually em Israel, the mother of Israel. Holy crap, dude. And then Sarita could actually become a title then, potentially. Princess. Oh, shoot. Imagine if this is actually because the mother of Israel, that is a noblewoman or princess with Elohim and with people. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting ways you can interpret that, but anyway, but Israel, because you have contended, have power, contended with, persisted, exerted oneself, persevered. It's interesting. It's not struggle. The word for struggle is, I think, yavak. Was it? Yeah, wrestle, grasp. And this is interesting because avak is more closely to Yaakov, like akav. This is avak. And then now you have the root for, I don't know. It's really fascinating. But let's see. So what is your name? Okay, where is this? You're no longer okay. Because but you have contended, or you have gained power with God, with the Elohim, and with man, with God and with man. You have contended, or you have prevailed. And Vayishlach, and Jacob asked and said, please tell me what is your tell me your name. And he said, why is this? Why is this that you ask for my name? And he blessed him there. Wait, no, Vayavarech. Yeah, and he blessed them there. Doesn't say he took leave of them there. It says he blessed them there. Interesting. Vayikra Yaakov and Jacob called the place by the name Peniel, because Kiraiti Elohim Panim, because I have seen Elohim Panim el Panim, face to face, Vatinatzel Nafshi, and my soul has been preserved, rescued. Interesting. And here it doesn't say this is God. Here this translates Elohim as divine being. That's pretty interesting.
And the figure never answers who it is.
What?
The figure he fights with never answers who they are.
Not that I'm aware.
Because he asks him, he says, "Why do you ask this?" or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, what is that supposed to be a relevant question? Oh, here. Welcome back, Ram.
It's
No worries.
It reminds me of Enkidu being conjured to counter the power of Gilgamesh. Nobody else could do it, and so the gods create Enkidu, and then they fight to a standstill.
Wait, so basically you're telling me there's something they need done, so they make Enki do? What if they need something not done? Do they make Enki don't? Let's see, what can I find?
But then who blesses? He blesses them. Not the figure.
The angel, or whatever this thing is.
The Phantom Menace there, or whatever.
Return of the, or what was it? Revenge of the Sith.
I was going to say, and to bring it full circle to Ariel's insight about the power and, about the idea of castration versus hip, is what happens after Enkidu and Gilgamesh fight is they go off and make sweet, sweet love.
Wait, with each other?
Yeah.
When you have
You
you
didn't realize that was the first gay love story?
Wait, hold on. It's not gay if it's in antiquity.
Oh, sorry.
No, but it's actually true because they didn't have concepts around gay and straight. They just screwed whoever they screwed. I mean, they probably had some approximation of it, but to say that they had anything remotely approaching what we perceive of as gay, and I mean, I think that there's maybe a better argument to be made with the idea of lesbians in sapphic culture, but you don't really have that same type of permeation with, actually, like you do, but I feel like in some ways it's much more like swept under the, actually no, but even then, anyway, this isn't gay history class, but it is a pretty interesting, history.
Woke revolutions, it requires all of us at some point to say, no, I'm not going to do this.
I don't want to do this, but just because I'm busy with this, I'm not going to watch your video. Thank you very much.
Caller, you are live on the air. Please tell us your name.
Hi, my name is Brooklyn. I'm calling in from the Hasidic community in Muncie, New York. So the first question that I have is like this. Messianics love to point out that Yaakov Avinu, otherwise known as Jacob, wrestled with a man and then subsequently named the place that he wrestled Peniel because he re'isi Elokim panim panim, because I saw Elokim, Hashem, face to face. So along the same lines, they point out that Moshe Rabbeinu said to have spoken to Hashem panim panim. You know, obviously they're drawing the conclusion from these passages that Hashem, God forbid, literally has a face, and it is that of their God, of Yashka. So since the Torah speaks in some ways in like a human-like form when it speaks of God, I want to know how we can effectively deconstruct this argument. If you could please help me with that, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
We know, and I'm going to just say this, from Jewish sources, that as it turns out, Jacob was struggling with an angel. And ultimately, this, as in all of the events in the book of Genesis in particular, is a book that not only tells us about the history of our forefathers and the history of the progenitors of the Jewish people, but it is Maisa Avos Simila Bonim, which means that the events that our fathers encountered would ultimately be a signpost up ahead for what the children of Israel, their progeny, would have to endure. And as it turns out, throughout history, the Jewish people would have to encounter forces and overcome them. If you look through the chapter, Genesis 32, where Jacob has this struggle with an angel, he ultimately has to face his adversary head on, as the Jewish people would have to repeatedly. There's a caveat.
What if the man was actually an alien and it was trying to abduct him, but it couldn't?
Does it say angel anywhere?
No, it says Ish. And so you know what's interesting? When Jacob, actually, you know what? I think that this might actually belong to to our earlier tradition where Jacob was actually deified. Because if you remember before when Jacob sends messengers, the word there is angel, but here the word is Ish, the word is man. So when he's dealing with divine beings, it's referred to as Ish, but when he's dealing with servants, it's almost saying that he's an Elohim to his servants, whereas to the Malachim of God, basically the angels of God are like men to him, and he is like a god to his servants.
So an apotheosis.
Yeah, it definitely. Yeah, so here Ish can mean man in contrast to woman, female, see, husband, human being, person in contrast to God, servant, mankind, champion, great man. To be a man, show masculinity, champion, great man. So this could also be like the idea of what is it, like a warrior, basically, like a man of war. But I don't know. It's interesting.
But the word is persevere or prevail.
Which word?
The Israel.
Contend. So like it's almost saying that he will become like, or he will be like, or he is like.
But it's a plural form of being that he sort of deals with. It's Elohim.
What do you mean?
He said it's Elohim, or translated as divine being.
Um,
So in a way, if you were reverse engineering, the Jesus Trinity thing, you could be wrestling with Jesus, the son of the Father, the multi-self.
well, no, because here it just says Elohim ve'imanashim. It's just saying paralleling gods with humans. And you could view it, it's saying God and humans, but it's either God and humans or gods and humans. Or God. Which also, anashim is the plural of ish. So it's interesting just how there's like the. Anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking building off your alien analogy, like he was wrestling with an alien. That then puts a different puts the whole injury into a different context. You could have the first, historical record of an anal probing here. Okay.
I think they were going for something the front side in this case.
But also the idea of an avatar of a collective.
Oh, but now that I think about it, if you read Kaf as the hollow, it could be the hollow of his thigh. So you might be right, Graham. Let's see.
Well, I think I can find a philologist who can agree with me. It would belong to that sort of body part.
Rolling in the deep.
Let's see. Here.
I wonder if you know that I want the best for you.
Have you ever met an angel? Have you ever seen an angel? Have you ever wrestled with an angel? Yaakov Avinu, after 20 years in the house of Lavan, on his way back to his father, meets up with his brother Esau. And on the way to his brother Esau, he begins to wrestle with the angel of Esau. And after they wrestle, Yaakov basically pins him down, and the angel needs to leave. Yaakov says to the angel, "Bless me." And the angel said, "No longer is your name Yaakov, but your name will be Yisrael. For you have wrestled with God and man, and you have overcome." He then asks the angel, "Tell me your name." And the angel does not respond. Commentaries explain because an angel's name changes depending on his mission, on his job, on his shlichus. However, Yaakov does give a name to the place. He calls it Peniel. And then it goes on to say, therefore the place is called Penuel. Is it called Peniel or is it called Penuel? What's the difference? Rashi makes no comment. He says the sun rose and kasher avar es Penuel. The sun rose for him as he passed Penuel, as he passed that place called Penuel. But really, the place was called Peniel. What's the difference between calling the place Peniel in verse number 31
his face
or
is my face.
Penuel in verse number 32? What is the meaning of these names and how do we apply it to our daily life? To give various answers based on the commentaries, we begin with the Ibn Ezra, who says, in general, we shouldn't be concerned when the Torah changes names from one name to another name, because this is not the main aspect of the Torah. The Torah does that from time to time. It's nothing that we have to be concerned about. Another interpretation is that the letter Yud and the letter Vav, in general, are exchangeable. In other words, grammatically.
That's what I was saying, remember?
The letter Yud and the letter Vav are very often changed,
Hey.
and there's no difference really in the meaning. The actual word remains the same, but it just changes what we call the past to the present. For example, we find this by the name Chava, the first woman to be created by God, the first woman of creation. Says the Torah, why was she called Chava? Because she was the Em Kol Chai, the mother of all life. Now, if that is the case, that she is the mother of all life, you should call her Chaya. Em Kol Chai. If that's the case, she shall be called Chaya. Why is she called Chava? So one answer
She is, not she was.
that the Yud and the Vav are interchangeable.
Or,
But the deeper answer is that Chaya is past, like Hoya. Hoyve, which is present, is Chava. Chava is present. In other words, she continues to give life every moment. That is why she's called Chava.
I have a feeling
And
you
the
have
same-
some thoughts on this, Graham, don't you?
Somehow,
Well, yeah, I was going to say all of that makes sense. One of the things that jumps out to me is the name of the place being pineal, going with the pineal gland and the inherent association between that and sleep and DMT. Tag.
So you're telling me by not sleeping the past 2 nights, past 3 nights, I slept a little bit last night, but I've been missing out on something?
The third eye is closed.
Exactly. Yeah. Drinking too much fluorinated water. Yep.
So what is the actual meaning though of the name Peniel?
Peniel means like Peni means my face, and El is God. But like I think like my face has seen God.
Or where God was based.
And again, that wouldn't be inconsistent with the idea of the pineal gland, and you see the face of God through there. So, again, just a different layer of potential interpretation. Tag.
Let's see.
Also, he refers there as though, didn't he suggest that it was the guardian, and I think something you said earlier about the guardian angel of Esau?
Shop the holiday sleep event at Living
Yeah.
Spaces.
So sorry. One more time.
That it was the guardian angel of Esau that he was fighting?
That's what the interpretation.
Probabilistic
All right, check this out.
Appreciation of the pineal body in DMT is based upon the principle of Adam Elyon, supernal man. We're made in the image of a higher dimensional reality. We are male and female because the divine has masculine and feminine elements to it. All reality, the Kabbalah teaches, is polarized. Everything comes in polarity without exception. And everything, therefore, is
Excepting El
feminine
Elyon,
energy
of
or
course.
masculine energy. When we
What do you mean?
pray to God, the divine,
Well, El Elyon is a singlet. He doesn't come with the duality. Everything emerges from it.
That's the opposite. See, the contrast to that is everything. He is the source from which everything emerges, and everything is that from is everything like basically that which is in contrast to it is its partner. Therefore, if that which created everything and therefore has no equal, then its equal or its counterpart is actually that which it creates. It's no different than the idea of God creating, like the Holy Spirit, and then the Holy Spirit creating the world.
Right, and that's where you get into all sorts of trouble when you start trying to have El Elyon being only good, because good and evil is going to emerge there. and you don't have one without the other. So you need the lower one in order to differentiate good from bad. Okay.
I mean, you also have the idea of the good of this world is not necessarily good, and the bad. Like, for instance, it's kind of like the idea that like that which you dislike isn't necessarily bad, and that which you like is not necessarily good. So too, but at the same time, like, not to say that something that you're like. I feel like I mean, it's messed up, and I don't ascribe to this because I think it can really ruin someone's morality. But imagine if it turns out that like basically, if you kill a character in a video game, it's really nothing, right? Because they're not real. So the thing is that if you view it as God's morality is based on His reality, and therefore His creation or this world that He doesn't really exist in, that He doesn't have the ability to really, I mean, he can, like, I guess you empathize, but there's really no way to be able to put himself in that position. I guess that's where Christianity differs. I think that he put himself in that position and that he died, and all that stuff. But basically that that if you view it as, our good and our bad are just temporary, and that, the ultimate, like, and again, temporary doesn't mean, that it's, because if you only view it as temporary versus permanent, then that means that temporary, it's there and then it's gone, therefore it basically is like it never existed, except that's not true. Whereas imagine if something was permanent, like that's just enough to break the brain. But then again, part of that's probably also because we don't have infinite brains. We have, brains that are based in a very finite world. But anyway.
Go ahead, Zero.
Well, go ahead with him, and then I'll say.
I was going to say, I see it as it's the perspective of the whole versus the perspective of the part. What can be good or bad from the view of the part isn't the same as the good or bad from the whole. And you can see it because you're a multicellular creature. Like say, somebody has, gangrene or cancer in a foot. Amputating the foot, you're sacrificing some of the decent cells to preserve the greater whole. So while it looks bad from some of the cells' perspectives, from the larger one, it's a good tag.
And I was just going to say that, again, with this figure, this entity that Jacob contended with, it could also be seen as Satan or dark angel. If it's the guardian angel of Esau, and that's the bad line, and yet it's still within the lineage. And if you connect the serpent to the rebellious angel kind of deal, you could say that it was the devil, and it made me think of the Rolling Stones song, "Pleased to meet you, won't you guess my name?" But he won't tell him his name.
I mean, it's also kind of reminiscent of Jesus in the desert.
Yeah, which also goes back to Ahriman with Zoroaster on the hill, said, "I'll give you everything you want if you just go my way."
I still can't believe, I was talking with someone and they're like, oh, they didn't think that Ahriman had any connection, or that Haman had any connection to Ahriman. I'm like, dude, come on, you literally have Ahriman versus Ahura Mazda, and then you have Mordecai versus Ahriman, and they're like convinced that it must be what is it? That Haman was actually from Ammon.
But I mean, as a servant, as some level of it, still an angel of God, fulfilling some deeper purpose, or
Well, keep in mind, Satan isn't rebellious in the Hebrew Bible.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's still kind of performing a function, and the part of the deal in the Zoroastrianism is that Ahriman has the function to challenge and test. Ahura.
Yeah. Anyway, here, let's continue.
We, all men are essentially feminine, whereas then the creator is the masculine polarity. The purpose of prayer is actually simply to generate this polarity through stimulation by expressing our needs and actualizing in our mind and our heart. We are creating a force of stimulation, which in the Kabbalah is called Mayim Nukbin, female waters, female current, female stimulation relative to the masculine polarity, which in this case is the creator. We're trying to create a, as it were, a spark. Spark.
Wait, I'm sorry.
To create a spark, we need two terminals.
Is he basically saying that we have to get wet for God?
Oh, show.
I don't know why, but I have this horrible image in my mind. It's like, what was that one Christian quote where they're, I mean, this wasn't their quote, but it might as well have been, "Get horny for Jesus." Do you know what I'm talking about?
That sounds like some of those full quiver people, where as soon as you pop out a kid, you need to have another one. Tag.
No. I'm talking about like it was like a free love, but very abusive.
Jesus freaks.
I think it was the Children of God. They were called.
Well, as
Anyway.
the bride of Christ,
The human
you
is
are
the
to
one,
make yourself
the
ready
divine
for
is
him.
the other. The divine cannot fulfill its function without its corresponding polarity. Within our own bodies, we have masculine and feminine polarity. What this map does in part is simply to indicate to us that relative to the head, for example, the base of the head is the negative polarity, and then the top of the head, the forehead, becomes the positive polarity, and we create
Oh,
a relationship,
wow.
a source of
So that's the
stimulation.
reason for to fill in, because it feminizes the masculine part of your head.
Once we get that stimulation,
I'm sorry, but it's like I don't know why I have like just the image of like, you know, the crazy conspiracy theorists who think that it's Jews that are trying to turn everyone like gay or turn everyone into girls or something. It's like, and then meanwhile you have it like, but only on a spiritual level. It's like just reminded of that like that one meme.
Exactly. You got those priests of Kaibali perfectly good doing it on the physical level.
Yeah.
then we enter, according to the sages, the secret city of Luz, the city of light. It is there that we are then able to access esoteric information, the secrets
Luz
of
is
creation,
almond,
the secrets
not
of the
not
universe.
light.
It can, however, only be revealed by one being in touch with one's masculine and feminine. We are made in the image of God. There's no part of us that is not functioning through a polarized relationship of feminine and masculine, whether it's in the head, whether it's in the whole body, whether it's between a man and a woman, whether it's between a man and God, and between a man and a woman and God. The Kabbalah and the Torah teaches that one of the deepest mystical experiences a human being can attain is when a couple directs their consciousness and takes their mystical God. The Kabbalah and the Torah teaches that one of the deepest mystical experiences a human being can attain is when a couple directs their consciousness and takes their intimacy and their sexual pleasure and ecstasy and directs it back to the divine, recognizing that they are but a terminal. Both the
Is it
man
just
and the
me?
woman
This
in that
sounds
moment,
just like what's it called?
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
What? No. Graham, you know what I'm talking about, right? I'm
Tantric
like,
sex, kind of like, you know, it's part of in the tantra.
kind of, yeah.
You know, God the great voyeur in the sky.
Yeah, you're having a threesome with the Lord.
Wait, what are you talking about? God's not a voyeur in that case.
No, it's involved directly. It's a threesome.
Exactly. Yeah.
Not liking to watch. Actually involved.
Well, the funny thing is, like it or not, God's involved.
Which can be painful depending, given the size of his member.
Oh no, luckily it's the Holy Spirit that's involved, not Yahweh.
Oh, okay. Because I was going to say that's a big member.
Yeah, it fills the whole the whole temple.
Become the negative polarity, the divine becomes the positive polarity, and instead of taking all of that energy for ourselves to let it pass through us and direct it back, then we actually through this process become a part of the redemption process of this is true tikkun ha'olam, the rectification of the world. We actually then become an equal partner.
And that's the reason why Jesus, as Christianity holds it, according to Judaism, well, not according to Judaism, but one of the many reasons why Jesus can't be, because Jesus had to have been married. And it's possible that he was, but the Orthodox Church doesn't want to admit that he was. And it's less so about having children as much as it is about connecting with a part of yourself or with a part of God that normally is inaccessible to men. And likewise, for women, is inaccessible to them, the masculine side. And again, not to say that it's totally unavailable, but it's like this idea of the difference between like 5% and 50%.
In the creation process and in its final.
What?
If Christ as an androgyne, there's the one passage about in Jesus there is no male or female. You know what I'm saying? There was I can't remember the rest of the phrase.
I was going to say, I've been breaking this. If they're saying in Christ, there's none of that one. I take Christ as basically being the archetype and Jesus being the flesh and blood human. And from that standpoint, there is no, male or female in Christ because there's not once you get to the spiritual archetypal plane. There's only male and female down here on earth. Tag.
But Christ is in male and female. Male and female isn't in Christ.
Yeah, if it's the spirit and the monad that spawned the dualities.
I'm sorry, but given the context, I can't hear monad without the word that comes before ad.
That's your worldlyism.
What?
That's your worldly carnal component, yeah.
Redemption to bring us back to a higher original primordial state of consciousness. And thus, what we have here in the map to the city of Luz, that we have the masculine and feminine polarity being depicted here, showing the route, the pathways that it takes internally within us. This can be utilized during prayer. This can be utilized during meditation. This can be utilized individually. This can be utilized as a couple. This is the primal, according to the Kabbalah, this is the primal template upon which all reality, macro and micro, is functioning. This pattern is replicating itself throughout creation. And in fact, this pattern is none other than simply a pictorial, a graphic representation of the sacred name formula of God, the Tetragrammaton, Yud He Vav He. It's the masculine and feminine forces that are coming together. This then becomes a doorway, a gate into higher dimensionality, into higher states of consciousness, to true enlightenment. This is to follow the path of Jacob, the patriarch. In his great visionary dream, when he entered into the secret city of Luz, He made a connection that had been broken. He reunited the circuits that had been broken, as it were, from the time of the fall and the collapse of higher dimensional consciousness of Adam and Eve. Jacob was not just having a dream. He knew what he was doing consciously. He was using the dreamlike state in order to enter into the parallel dimension here of higher consciousness. He was rectifying that which had been ripped asunder. He then set the precedent, literally the prototype, for all of us as human beings to follow in those footsteps. He gave us the clues, the methodology of how to reenact, albeit on a microcosmic level, albeit on a fractaled level, to reenact his encounter with the divine. Jacob saw the face of God. Jacob became the face of God. And each one of us has that ability to reenact Jacob's journey from Beersheba to the city of Luz.
Keep it.
Interesting. I could have sworn there was a better one, but let's see.
And what was it? The one Cyclops that was fought. What was it? Jason and the Argonauts. Was that the one with the Cyclops had no name? Again with this angel without a name.
Interesting.
Nobody.
What on earth is this? One second. Here.
This whole approach, my whole understanding of the role of DMT, and I do believe that this research is nothing less than messianic. It is part of a ancient prophecy. Let me read to you the prophecy. This is coming from the book of the Zohar, which was first revealed in the 13th century. And in one of the sections, it states, in the 6th century, the 6th millennium, that is in the years 5,500 to 5,600 in the Hebrew calendar, which would correspond to the years 1740 to 1840 in the Christian calendar. The gates of wisdom from above and the fountains of wisdom from below will be opened up, and the world will make preparations to enter the 7th millennium, just as one makes preparations on the 6th day of the week when the sun is about to set for the advent of the 7th day, the Shabbat. This passage has been expounded by Kabbalist and Hasidic masters. The wisdom from above is referring to the teachings of the Kabbalah. The fountains of wisdom from below is referring to science and technology. In other words, beginning primarily from the year 1840, which was what? The Industrial Revolution. And it's been history since then. We know that science and technology has been accelerating at a pace that virtually nobody can keep up with. And according to traditional Judaism, this is part of the prophetic grand plan for reality. In other words, science and technology from a traditional religious perspective is not an extra. It's certainly not an evil to be tolerated. It's not a luxury. It is part of the process by which humanity is going to evolve into its next stage. And the relationship is
Elon Musk.
this: is that science and
What was
technology
that?
provides
Elon
maps,
Musk.
models, and metaphors to
What?
understand and perceive the light of the Torah, of the Kabbalah, in ways that we normally would not be able to understand. However, the
Well, what was that you said?
Elon Musk, as in, the brain implant,
Oh,
the singularity.
nah. No, even if you want to say it has anything to do with Hebrew, there is a name Elon or Alon, and it just means tree.
master
Yeah,
mystics
but I'm
and
saying in his
sages throughout
concept
the
that
ages, they
science is
always
the
understood. But unless one has 10, 20, 30 years of training, that's virtually going to be impossible. So what about the rest of us? Well, the Holy One, in his compassion, had mercy upon us, as it were, and has bestowed upon us the maps, models, and metaphors of science and technology. Now, I have been utilizing some of these maps and models for decades in my teaching, in particular, for example, something as simple as the Mobius strip, which teaches us a principle of one surface with two sides, which is referring to is a model to understand God's unity, how there can be nothing here but God, yet there's something else here as well. Yet they make up one indivisible unity. Likewise, the concept of higher and lower dimensionality, as epitomized in the classic work called Flatland by Edwin Abbott over 100 years ago. This enables us to understand what the sages always understood, that we are embedded in a parallel reality here, a parallel dimension, the fourth direction, the fourth dimension. Fractal geometry, which is just coming of age recently, has been the bedrock of the Jewish mind and the rabbinical understanding. And so I believe that the research revolving around DMT and the pineal gland is another example of a model that's coming forth from the well springs from below, referring to the science and technology, to enable us to understand that which has been hidden away in the in Jewish classical literature, waiting for its time to come out. But we would not see it, ironically, without the utilization of these maps and these models. And in particular here, the relationship between the pineal gland and pineal, the face of God, and DMT and MTT is, although this cannot be taken as that's not the hardcore evidence that we're basing this upon, but we value, for example, dreams that we have, even though dreams are taking place in a whole nother reality. We utilize that information, we attempt to integrate it, and likewise with the similarities in even the sound of these words from a Kabbalistic perspective. This is
What do you think about it?
how the divine mind is helping.
Also, Zero, are you still there? Graham, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I just made sure that I don't know if you got timed out.
Yeah,
Well,
no, Zero's the one spinning, not me. I was gonna say, no, this sounds like he's cribbing into my holofractal interpretation of the Bible ground.
yeah, it's pretty fascinating.
To prepare and seed mankind for the next jump in global evolution.
We are a farmer services partner like no other.
All right, let's continue. So, what do you think about the name being Peniel?
Say that again.
Oh, we were talking about the relationship between pineal and pineal. name of the place in the pineal gland. I think there's likely to be some interpretation there. Again, that whole bodily organ interpretation of the Bible, I think, goes right alongside with the astrotheology version. Tag.
Well, and, maybe seeing your own face from the inside, from your third eye, the other view of your face, the face of God behind your face.
Interesting.
Does DMT have any kind of a acronymic in Hebrew?
Actually, maybe. Dumb. Oh, wow. Holy crap. So, check this out.
Dot or...
No. So, what you're thinking of dot, that would be like Daled Taf, but dot as in knowledge is Daled Ayin Taf. And, one second. And that would be something else entirely, but check this out. So you have Dama. Oh, interesting. Daman is improve or manure land, like to fertilize, basically, I guess. Domen is dung. But wait, no, it's Dama. Damat. Dama. One sec. Oh shoot! I really have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. But honestly, though, I wouldn't look too much into that because at the end of the day, like, oh, you might be able to find some cool connection, but it's not ever going to be a real one. If you want to look at connections, look into where they would have gotten it from potentially, and you find a lot of interesting connections there, particularly with the acacia tree. There's a lot of imagery with the acacia tree that's seen as like very holy, but I'll be right back. But you guys just keep talking.
Yeah.
I was going to throw on top of the acacia the old fig tree.
Isn't there like a fig tree that produces DMT?
Yeah, that's the Bodhi tree. Again, Buddha sat underneath one of those fig trees.
And you know anything about the association with the Hebrews being root diggers?
Being what?
Those who dig up the roots, what you get with that mandrake moment.
Oh yeah, with Reuben.
And where, yeah, some of the purple potions.
Well, you had families involved with that. You know that from a lot of the record. You had families who had certain recipes that were only theirs. Like the temple incense, if I remember right, there was one family that was trusted with the recipe of that one, and then the family died out, so they don't have it anymore.
Wait, what? You're talking about the House of Avtinas?
Yeah.
Also, check this out. Oh, check this out. Mandrake root. Luckily, the stoppers pushed in so far that it can't come out, which is good because you never know if someone doesn't know what it is. Yeah, it would not be fun. So I want to put it somewhere where it's not going to get damaged. Here. All right, so let's see. But yeah, so what's interesting though is that if you look for where the word for acacia, shita. Actually, here, let's just here. Check this out. Acacia. You shall make an altar for burning incense, make it of acacia wood. They shall make an ark of acacia wood. You shall make a table of acacia wood. You shall make the planks for the tabernacle of acacia wood, upright. You shall make, poles of acacia wood. Let's see. Ark.
And is it thorny?
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, they were. Also, some thoughts of the crown of thorns might have been acacia. Oh, listen to this. Everyone who would make gifts of silver or copper brought them as gifts for Adonai, and everyone who possessed acacia wood for any work of the service brought that. Let's see.
Now, you're supposed to make your alabastron out of acacia wood too?
Oof. That might leave splinters. Wait, listen to this. And acacia wood. Where did they get acacia wood in the desert? Rabbi Tanhuma explained, our forefather Yaakov foresaw through divine inspiration, through, what's this word in Hebrew? It says, livnot, Israel, livnot mishkan, build the temple, and heavy, or is it, where is this? Yaakov Avinu, Tzafa, Beruach HaKodesh, saw through the Holy Spirit, to build a mishkan in the desert, or that the Israelites were destined to build a mishkan in the desert, and therefore he brought cedars to Egypt and planted them and directed his children to take. But here, what's the word it says for cedars? Arazim. Boy, does it say Arazim when it? Where was I? I just saw it. Bamidbar, Mitzrayim, and wait. Oh, shoot. I forget because the word in Aramaic is different for acacia than it. Anyway, the point is it serves a huge role in there. But so let's.
And is it,
yeah.
It has some DMT properties.
What does?
Does acacia?
It's one of the plants with the most highest percentage.
I see.
And the Mimosa hostilis used to be considered part of the acacia family, but it was like a whole debate within the ethnobotanical field. Or I guess that would actually be just botanical, but ethnobotanists had more of a issue with changing it. Anyway, let's see. So I'm trying to figure out where does. Oh shoot. Wait. We are going until where's it? Sorry, I'm trying to. Okay, fifth. Okay, we're at. Wait. Okay, third. So that's 31. Goes until. Ooh. 5. Oh, which is. Wait, where'd the.
Ariel might have pulled his plug there. So I think
Yep.
it's just you and me here for a little bit. Zero.
Yeah. So
go ahead.
I saw some little meme. I think it was association with ADHD, talking about people with ADHD's urine it's like toad venom.
What did I miss?
Yeah, I was going to sit there and say Ariel was talking about the plants with DMT, and then you got toad with toad venom, licking the toads for DMT.
Yeah, I saw some meme that
We're filling air, Ariel.
Yeah,
right,
you were gone for us, but the idea that DMT shows up in the urine of, I think it was people with ADHD, and I was wondering about whether there's a connection with autism.
Wait, are you sure? Aren't you thinking of schizophrenia?
Maybe. I mean, it seems like, I don't know if they said both. It was something. Yeah, it wasn't just outright schizophrenia.
Well,
I mean, you would think.
Anyway, let's continue. Let's see. ויקרא יעקב שם המקום פניאל כי ראיתי אלוהים פנים אל פנים ותנצל נפשי ויזרח לו השמש כאשר עבר את פנואל והוא צולע על ירחו על כן לא יאכול בני ישראל את גיד הנשה אשר על כף הירך עד היום הזה כי נגע בכף ירך יעקב בגיד הנשה וישא יעקב עיניו וירא והנה עשיו בא ועמו 400 איש ויחץ את הילדים עליה והרחל ועל שתי השפחות וישם את השפחות ואת ילדתיהן ראשונה ואת לאה וילדיה האחרונים ואת רחל ואת יוסף האחרונים והוא עבר לפניהם וישתחו ארצה 7 פעמים עד גישתו עד החייו וירץ עשיו ויקראתו ויברח ויחבקו ויפול על צווארו וישקהו ויבכו וישא את עיניו וירא את הנשים ואת הילדים ויאמר מי אלה לך ויאמר הילדים אשר חנן אלוהים את עבדך. Let's see, so we're I already read that. So Jacob knew the place Peniel, meaning I've seen Elohim face to face, and my soul has been preserved. And the sun rose on him as he crossed Peniel, and he was limping or lame upon his thigh or loin. Wow. Tolea, limp or lame. It could also mean his loin was lame or he was impotent.
Yeah, we've been talking about it, loin limbs here a lot. I mean, limp loins.
Yeah, no,
I
it
was
does seem to be pretty bodily, trying to make it of the spirit, but
yeah. Therefore, the Bnei Israel, the Israelites, do not eat the gid, the sinew of Nasheh, of the vein or tendon or nerve, Asher al kaf, that is upon the kaf, that is upon the palm, hand, sole, palm, with our interpretation, that is upon the power of the thigh, until unto today. because because he was struck in the power of his thigh. Because Jacob was struck in the power of his thigh, Begid Hanasha, in the sinew of his tendon or vein.
That definitely carries some sexual connotation.
Yeah, in the earlier was it Yahweh and or El? They speak of the member as the hand, his hand extended, like where he.
Yeah,
had
and
sex- sex with.
Kaf can also be the palm of your hand.
But it can be what you palm with your hand, where he had sex with the dawn and the dusk. His hand extended.
Well, as soon as you're doing there, you're bringing to mind Venus, with Venus being the dawn star and the dusk star.
Yeah, but this is like an early. I think it's El. El meets him on the beach and has sex with both of them. And their names mean dawn and dusk. Same.
Wait. Oh, I think it's like Arsu and I forgot.
But in that, it's definitely hand is used for the member.
And
the mud vein of a different sort.
The word for hand, yad, is also the first two letters of the word yada, which means to know, which is also the word which means to know someone, to have sex with them. So you yada with your yad. Right.
Same way manual and mental are related.
How?
The hand and the mind, mental, manual dexterity, some sense of the connection.
Yeah.
The being able to manipulate with the hand is kind of a mental faculty.
Anyway, and Jacob lifted up his eyes and and saw Jacob coming with and his people and 400 men of his people with him. 400 of his men with him. And he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and two maids. It seems like it could also be according to. On account of concerning addition to Torah on account of basically by them. By Leah, by Rachel, and the two maids. And placing the maids together, or the maids and their children, Rashona, first, and Leah and her children after them, and Rachel and Joseph after them. Interesting. Oh, because he wants them closest to him. So he's putting his least loved children first with his least loved wives.
The last will be first and the first will be last.
Interesting.
To be the infantry, yeah.
He himself went on ahead and bowed low to the ground. Oh, wait. And he crossed before them, and he bowed to the earth 7 times upon Gishto, until he approached his brother. And Esau ran to greet him, and and he embraced him. And he fell upon the Savato, upon Oh, he embraced him and he fell upon his neck, like, and he so what's interesting is
Got him in a chokehold?
no. And he kissed him and he wept. But like, I don't know what they were saying before, because Nashak 𤅅𤤉𤔋𤇇. I'm not sure if that's typical, but in a context it can mean to touch gently. This doesn't have any idea of, hostility. And it was saying the word for bite is neshech, not neshek.
So hug and kiss him?
Yeah.
So much for the evil Esau idea.
Yeah. Well, also it says, This is interesting. So because here you have Vayishlach, because it has the who, it means Vayishlach, and he kissed him. But here Vayivechu, because it has the who, Vayivechu, because it's just the u. This means and they wept. So he kissed him and they wept. They both wept. And he lifted his eyes and he saw the women and children, and he said, "Who are these? Who are these for you?" And he said, "The children that have been favored by God upon your servant." So he's really putting on the schmaltz. When you notice how your servant, my master, you are my master, and I am your servant.
Who's saying it to who?
Jacob to Esau.
That's what I thought. Because he was the actual heir.
One second. Give me 1 second. One second. Oh, sorry about that. All right, so let's see. All right, so next we're going from 6 until 20. That's not bad. And then 5th is where it starts getting difficult. So honestly, what we might do is I'm just because I do need to get some sleep, might finish up until we get to the part where it gets longer, and then do that later today before Shabbat, because I don't want to miss out on anything. I mean, I'll do it even if nobody else is here. But yeah, I'll let you guys know. But well, let me just take a quick break to take a quick dab, because I'm a dab machine. Honestly, like, I'm going to be honest, like, I feel like without context, a lot of people probably don't understand. The reason I'm able to function is because my tolerance is just super high. And I mean, it's a blessing and a curse. I'm able to be completely functional, but it also means that, I don't really feel the effects a whole lot, like, at least not the way that most people do. And I don't know, I feel like it's important that people, because, like, realistically, I wouldn't be able to read as much as I could, because it also helps. It's like, it's funny, most people would think, oh, smoking or dabbing, that would irritate your throat, but it actually, because it's anti-inflammatory, actually helps with the inflammation that builds up just from talking a lot. Because, I mean, I get inflammation really easily just even from walking. So, I mean, it's no surprise if I talk a lot. I mean, it happens to plenty of people. When you lose your voice, what is that? That's inflammation, right?
And the sing-song readings that you do, does that come out of some kind of Hebrew school thing or some tradition?
No.
The cadences you use, or are you just kind of
I mean,
riffing?
some of them, but after a while, it sounds really repetitive to me. So it's very like, just based off of like what comes to mind. But honestly, I feel like the cannabis is also a big part of that. I mean, like, after all, like, most artists, I mean, not all, but there's a lot who, are famous for using it because it helps them with inspiration. It's like, and again, part of it could just be placebo, but
yeah, you don't get that, the normal, whoa, dude, ooh, let's read Genesis. Bear sheet. This is bear shit. Ha 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 ha. No. That's the more normal effect. Tag.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering about the whether the tradition of the text as song is a thing.
I mean,
like Psalms.
Well, they do have the tradition of hot boxing in the temple in order to understand the Torah. So there is
Well,
that.
of course, on that.
No,
yeah.
they didn't hotbox in the temple. That was only the high priest and only on one day of year. But they did burn incense on other days, just not in the Holy of Holies.
Holy of Holies.
Yeah. I just realized from a real estate perspective, actually not real estate, but more from like just from like the possession. And I think this is also kind of interesting because notice this. You have this like beautiful, beautifully decorated part of the temple. It's the most holy part, and it's only used once a year. Like, I almost feel like part of the point is to say, look, we're going to use so much money to, so much money to make something so symbolically powerful, and then we're not going to even be able to enjoy it. And it's almost like,
it's the only way you can keep it nice.
Honestly, so true. It's the only way you can keep it from smelling like ash all the time. Because, hey Maya. But yeah, it's the only way you can keep it from smelling like a ashtray.
I was gonna say it's like people who drag out the good china for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and that's about the only time of year that you see it.
Yeah, the temple accountant did the math and realized that if they kept burning incense every day, that they were going to have to replace the curtains in the temple every few years, and they realized that wasn't economically viable, especially in the desert. And so they just realized, we're just going to burn it only once a year, and we're going to say it's because God told us to.
The rest of the year, it's rented out.
Yeah, we rent it out to God. It's his palace, and then he invites us in once a year.
I was gonna say, to be fair here, to accountants, God could be that great balance sheet in the sky. Tag.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, I said to accountants, God could be that great balance sheet in the sky, and the balance sheet was saying, no, we only do it once a year. So that was God speaking to him.
Anyway, where is it? Sorry, I'm like my mind's in like 3 places at once right now. Let's see. What can I find? It's so weird because like we're kind of like behind schedule, and so it's like all this stuff like lately is about Vayishlach, which is like coming up like today. Let's see, what can I find? Vayishlach, fill a small cup. Wait, no. What are we on? No, we're on Vayishlach. Let's see what Rabbi Lewin has for Vayishlach. 𝐤�𤐉𝐿 for no, it would be more recent. Videos. Oh no, we already saw of whitewashing the truth. Nah, let's find. Oh, cool. Jason's going live. Is that today? No, that's the 14th. Definitely have to check that out. If you guys aren't subscribed to We're Being Transformed to, was it Jason Sobek? Really good channel. I don't watch him nearly enough. I should also reach out to him soon. I just been so busy. I've been busy like actually no. It's like I'm not nearly as busy as I could be. It's just my mind's like busy all the time, constantly thinking about one thing or another. What am I looking for? Wait, what is? I don't even know what I'm looking for. Here, the fear of here.
The event. We've all heard the expression, the fear of the event is greater than the event itself.
Oh, just like getting a shot. Oh my god, when I was a kid, I mean, like, honestly, it's not like I like it now, but when I was a kid, I hated it. Literally, like, my parents would have to bribe me just to get me to not be a total, well, actually, no, I was still a total wimp about it, but it's like, though I think it is interesting, it's like the anticipation of something is almost always worse.
In this week's Parashah, we read how Jacob returns back to the land of Israel. He receives a message that says that Esau is coming towards him with 400 men. And the Parshah describes in great detail how Jacob prepares for the battle, how he splits the camp into two, lest if Esau comes and attacks the one camp, the other camp will survive. He sends gifts to placate his brother, and he prays to God.
You realize what he's saying? Basically, you know, if Esau kills some of my... Oh, that's weird. Yeah, we just got a huge lag spike. Hopefully he's back. But basically, if Esau kills one of my families, at least I still have this other family. I mean, I guess...
half a family's better than no family.
Don't put all your families in one basket.
Yeah, don't put all your family in one camp.
Yeah, literally.
But when the great moment arrives, and Esau...
Wait, could one interpret that as... I mean, I'm joking, obviously, but if you're going to have a family, make sure you have multiple families. The only question is, do you tell them about each other?
Only if you have to.
That honestly, it's so funny. My parents have a joke about that. They joke that my dad has another family because he goes back and forth. He travels because we have 2 houses, like in 2. It's a long story, but basically, so he flies back and forth, and so that's a joke that they've come up with in the past few years. But it's hilarious. It wouldn't be funny if there was any truth to it, though. That would make it not funny. So I'm sorry if anybody actually is. I mean, obviously, there's people actually dealing with that. I'm sorry if anybody watching this is actually dealing with it. I'm sorry that anybody in general is dealing with it. But anyway.
Finally meets Jacob. He runs and embraces his brother. The rabbis discuss whether this was intentional with real love or not. But the beautiful point of the teaching is that Esau hugged Jacob. And all that fear that Jacob had of what it would be like to meet with his brother dissipated, disappeared. And here is such an important lesson for each and every one of us. The fear of the event is always greater than the event itself. Whether it is going in to have that review with your boss, whether it is going into to class to present a school project, whatever it is,
Whether it's writing a
we build up in our minds we disasterify everything. We think that what is the worst possible thing that can happen to us? We think to ourselves, what would I do in this situation? How would I respond? No, they wouldn't be happy with me if I said this or did that. So we try to project all our fears onto the other. And then we expend so much energy, oftentimes just literally biting the bullet and making that phone call can make all the difference and stop all the pain. I heard the following story.
So funny enough, the word nashak, which means to kiss, in modern Hebrew, neshek actually means gun. Because it's like you're kissing someone with bullets. I don't know how that came about. It's very strange.
Smackaroo.
Yeah, it's like
two people who were not talking to one another. And this went on for a very, very long time. Until eventually it came to Rosh Hashanah. And the one party decided, enough's enough. I'm going to pick up the phone and apologize.
It's enough
for whatever it is that this person thinks I've done in order that we can move forward. Well, she phoned the person, and the person said, I'm not angry with you. I thought that you were angry with me. And the person number one goes, what are you talking about? I thought you were angry with me. And eventually they worked it out that there was a massive misunderstanding. So they wouldn't look at each other, wouldn't talk to each other, were feared to even engage with one another. But then they realized that it really wasn't what they thought it might have been.
It's not so bad.
And this is the beauty
not
of our
so
Parashat.
bad after all.
Vayishlach Yaakov Malachim. After 20 years, Jacob thought, maybe my brother's placated. He hears he's coming with 400 men. He starts to panic. He divides the camp into 2. He sends gifts. He tries to placate his brother. He thinks, what will be? And ends up being a hug. Sometimes, or many times, the fear of the event consumes us and is greater than the event itself. Much to think about. Shabbat Shalom.
Hi, this is Rabbi Lou, and if you've enjoyed the content of the sermons and the ideas that have been expressed in the YouTube video, please hit that first subscription button and notification bell, and share the videos with friends. We'd love to grow the channel and love to engage with you. Please share your comments in the section below. I'd love to hear from you.
They're called bionic boomers, seniors once riddled with debilitating arthritis pain, given a new lease on life thanks to Dr. Paris's unusual method for relieving stiff, achy joints.
Was that a hint, Ariel?
A hint about what?
Oh, the boomer ad with me.
Oh. No, honestly, I was going to say that might be something to it, but if he starts talking about, like the elixir of life, or, needing to bring in, research from the ancient world, that it's totally valid, but, it's never been tried in the modern world, honestly, I'm going to be a bit skeptical.
Secret pirate formula.
Wait, you're telling me that you're telling me that pirate's booty is more than just a delicious snack?
There are lots of things pirates eat that you wouldn't imagine.
But no, you know the like cheese puffs pirate booty?
No, I hadn't heard of those.
Okay, I feel like that context is necessary to make sure that it doesn't sound like I'm talking about something else.
Gotcha.
Seriously,
Well,
you've never heard?
Bad luck to have a woman on board ship. Yeah.
Yeah, you've never seen this? Here.
What, extrudo food? I was gonna say we're rounding back around to the Neuralink again with the bionic boomers.
No, never seen that before, Ariel.
Wait, how'd you get to Neuralink from?
Bionic boomers.
Yeah, but still.
Brain implant.
Yeah, no, but I don't see the connection.
I'm just connecting it back to the Elon Musk, the Kabbalah, about how the science and technology is part of the plan of the elevation of man.
Honestly, I don't know whether I should be scared of Elon Musk or whether I should just point and laugh.
Both.
That's what I was going to sit there and say, and I would throw pity on top of that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I just realized he's a lol cow with money.
A what?
Pretty much.
A lol cow, someone that basically is like an infinite content farm. And by content, I mean cringe.
Yeah.
A source of infinite memes.
Torah,
The central story in Parashat Vayishlach is a wrestling match. Involved in the wrestling match was Yaakov, the third and last of the patriarchs. Vayivater Yaakov levado. Yaakov was left alone. Vayeyovek ish imo adalot hashachar. And an unknown person wrestled with him until the rise of the morning star. Vayar ki lo yacholo. And that person saw that he could not best Yaakov. The rise of the morning star. Vayar ki lo yacholo. And that person saw that he could not best Yaakov. But Vayivater Yaakov levado. Yaakov was left alone. Vayeyovek ish imo adalot hashachar. And an unknown person wrestled with him until the rise of the morning star. Vayar ki lo yacholo. And that person saw that he could not best Yaakov. But he damaged his thigh bone, right where his powers of procreation were.
Oh my God. How did I not see it
threatened.
before? So this is so obvious now that I wrote a paper on it. Jacob has so many parallels to Baal. because Baal wasn't actually the inheritor of El's kingdom. That was Yam. And Yam was seen as like, was it more rugged, like kind of vicious? Like he was also associated with fishing, which linguistically is very connected to hunting. Like the word for fish and hunt is like the same root in Hebrew, tzayad. In fact, that's probably the root of Sidon, tzayad. Like Sidon means a fisher, and tzayad is fisher, but like Sidon would be like fisherman or fishery. But like within this context, it's like, I mean, because think about it, literally the act of catching a fish is hunting. It's just live hunting.
Especially if it's a whale.
Yeah. Maybe that's why his name was Ahab. But
so this morning star moment, again, kind of connecting it with Christ figure, the no name angel, the morning star association. I mean, besides Venus, Ishtar.
Yeah, I mean, within this context, I think it's just most directly would be a reference to Shachar, which was a god, the god of the dawn. Which I never really thought about it, but it does make sense that the dawn was associated with the morning star, whereas the dusk was associated with the evening star. It makes perfect sense.
What's the name again?
Shachar.
And does that just mean morning or dawn?
Dawn.
But a male form of it?
No, it's not inherently.
Because the sun god had different associate, like where the position of the sun was. Like there was a different, god for dawn and dusk and noon, I believe, and presumably what would it be? The nadir, unseen.
I'm not sure, but the interesting thing though, what was it? That one of the prayers in Judaism, shacharit, is a feminine form of shachar.
The next generations. And Yaakov.
Do you see his face? I literally got to record this. He looks like he's like a turtle, or he's like moving in slow motion. You know what I mean?
The next generations.
This guy is living in slow motion.
The other association
And
of
Yaakov
Lucifer
wins
dancing
the
with the devil in the pale moonlight.
And he is therefore called Yisrael, Ki sarita im Elohim ve'im anashim v'tuchal, because you wrestled with God and with people, and you emerged supreme.
Okay, I'm speeding this up.
Who did he wrestle with and win against?
He wasn't exactly supreme. It was a tie.
The story is very mysterious.
Say again.
If I had much more time,
horrible.
I would try to identify the person whom he wrestled with. But on a certain level, he wrestled with many people and God. In order to further explain what I'm trying to tell you, I want to go back to Parashat Toldot. with Yaakov and Esau. When we first meet Yaakov, it's very interesting. Basically, in this second generation of patriarchs, between Yaakov, and Esau, there is a very real rivalry on the part of the parents, first and foremost. You will remember, Vayehav Yitzchak et Esav, ki tzayid befiv. V'Rivka ohevet et Yaakov. The hunter was Esau. Physical prowess belonged to Esau. The Ishtam Yoshev Ohalim, the studious, more religious, and giving child was Yaakov.
More like taking.
Why is it that Yitzchak should prefer Esau to Yaakov? And in order to understand this, we have to go all the way back to Abraham. Abraham was the father of the nation Israel, and Abraham was the ideal in terms of a patriarch. Abraham was, number one, a man of God and loving kindness to all people. Discovered God and the idea and ideal of chesed, an open house, giving everyone hospitality. Anyone who needed food could get it in his tent. That was Abraham. But not only that, Abraham was also a strong fighter, a very strong fighter. Because when the 4 terrorist kings went against the 5 other kings, and the 5 kings were losing the battle, he was also a strong fighter, a very strong fighter. Because when the 4 terrorist kings went against the 5 other kings, and the 5 kings were losing the battle, and among them who were losing the battle was the king of Canaan, the king of Shalem, the king of Jerusalem, Melchizedek. They were losing the battle very strongly, and entered Abraham with 118 men, but he was apparently an amazing fighter and an amazing general. And he turned it all around, and he won. And so we learn in the Bible that to be the patriarch of Israel, you needed 2 strong aspects to your character: spirituality, godliness, chesed; power, fighting, not being afraid of the fight. Yitzchak was not at all a fighter. Yitzchak was a very good boy. And Yitzchak followed in the way of chesed, but he ran away from every confrontation. He never fought a battle. Yitzchak was therefore jealous of Yishmael, who was a fighter. And Abraham always had a soft spot for Yishmael. Comes the final generation. And Yaakov is called the chosen one of the patriarchs. Because in Vayishlach we see that Yaakov, yes, he was tamim and wholehearted and pure, and a person who loved to study, but he was also a fighter. Who did he fight? He fought the spirit of Lavan, who wanted to keep him away from Eretz Yisrael. He fought assimilation into Lavan's family and total forgetfulness of his father's house, and ultimately returns to Israel. He fought his brother Esau, who was physically stronger than he was. And most importantly of all, he fought God, because he was born second and fought to achieve the Bechorah, the firstbornship, and leadership of Israel. He fought physical battles and spiritual battles. And because he was not only an Ishtam Yoshevo Halim, he emerged supreme. In our struggle as a nation, we have to be able to certainly be people of chesed, but we also must fight. And it was only in our generation, when we were ready to fight for Israel, that we returned to Israel. Yaakov is the chosen of the fathers, and our generation is the chosen of the generations for the last 2,000 years. Shabbat Shalom.
So I take a stab and then we'll start. But yeah. What are your thoughts on this? It's like it really feels like there's this deification of Jacob that happened, and then it was almost like covered up later because that was seen as unmonotheistic. I mean,
No, I see where you're going with that one, but you have several of them that were taken up at this point. And, it's a question of how many of them made them through other than Elijah and Enoch.
oh yeah, but yeah, I really feel like there might be something to the idea that Jacob is like Baal, and then what is it that Esau is like Yam, because you have the clash that the two fight. I mean, it's a bit more of a stretch there than to say with David and Baal and Goliath and Yam, but specifically because this idea of Baal inheriting the kingdom of El, despite the fact that he wasn't actually El's son, he was a son of Dagon.
I was going to say another interesting one is I've heard theories about tying Jacob into the third dynasty of Ur. Tag.
Well, you can't just say something like that, and I mean you can, but how are you going to say something like that and not give us context?
Well, it's just a theory that I had read somewhere based off of the names and some of the patterns.
So does that mean Abraham was in the first dynasty of Ur then?
Well, no, he'd be part of the third dynasty because that's after the whole fall of Acadia, the Akkadian Empire.
Wait, the arcade fell? I'm joking. But yeah, so I mean,
Well, with the castration element, what was it? Zeus that castrated Kronos?
You have as far as I know, you have it where it went 2 generations. You had Kronos who castrated Ouranos, and then Zeus in turn castrated Kronos.
But it's all about succession to the throne of who's the high god. So it goes from being
And again,
about
part
creator
of the
god.
tie.
Creator god goes to
Yeah, go
commander
ahead.
god.
Yeah, and I also see the circumcision fitting in there, where it's similar to a castration. It's sort of a taking part of it instead of all of it, more of a restraint rather than a total elimination.
So you think within that context, I mean, oh, dude, you know what'd be wild? Let me see if I can find anything on this.
Yeah, you look at that. One thought I had is it's sort of like it's a sign of like a euhemerization, sort of the god, restraining the power and becoming more mortal.
Let's see. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think that's circumcision in this case. This seems more like an allusion to castration. in the case of the fight with Angel. At the very least, that he struck him. It could just be that he hit him in the nuts. It might literally just be a these nuts joke. Oh, you're back, Zero.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
You heard what I said?
Say again.
That it's possible that it's either an allusion to castration or just hitting him in the nuts.
Well, but yeah, does it say place of power, or does it say took his power?
No, it just says that he struck him there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't say that he took his power. It just says he struck him.
And that's one way to halt any action.
I mean, oh, I thought you meant action as in action, but you meant like action as in fighting.
Also, the whole thing about cutting off of the hand if it touches somebody's junk during a fight.
That has to do with the role that the role that the phallus played within Semitic society. There was actually a context where people would swear on, like, you'd make an oath by touching someone's genitals. It sounds so bizarre, but it's interesting because that's actually
sounds like Isaac and Abraham, where he put his Isaac put his hand under Abraham's thigh.
No, you're thinking of Eliezer.
Oh, you're right. My bad.
No worries. But it's also interesting because that's actually behavior that's been observed in monkeys, where I forget which type, but where like they've been observed to actually hold each other's penises, like to grasp them in order to give them like affirmation, like almost like holding their hand. Interesting because the connection that you were bringing up. So let's see.
Again, kind of back to the beast command.
All right. So where are we at? It was ended at 5, I think. Favored your servant. Okay. Vatigashan hasefachot hine vayeladen ותשתחוון ותיגש גם לאה וילדיה וישתחוו ואחר ניגש יוסף ורחל וישתחוו ויאמר מלך כל המחנה הזה אשר פגשתי ויאמר למצוא חן בעיני אדוני ויאמר עשיו יש לי רווחי יהי לך שלך ויאמר יעקב אל נא ימנע מצא אותי חן בעיניך ולקחת מנחתי מידי כי על כן ראיתי פניך כי ראות פני אלוהים ותרצני קח נא את ברכתי אשר הובאת לך כי חנני אלוהים וכי יש לי קול ויבצר בו ויקח ויאמר ניסע ונלך לך ונגדך. I also need to see how long this goes until, because it doesn't have the breaks here. See, it's what is that? 1 second. Let's see. 5th, so it goes until 20. All right. ויאמר אליו אדוני יודע כי הילדים רכים והצאן והבקר עלות עלי ודפקום יום אחד ומתו כל הצאן יעבור נא אדוני לפני עבדו ואני את נהלה לאיתי לרגל המלאכה אשר לפני ולרגל הילדים עד אשר אבוא אל אדוני שעירה ויאמר עשו הציגה נא עמך מן עם אשר איתי ויאמר למה זה אמצא חן בעיני אדוני וישב ביום ההוא עשו לדרכו שעירה ויעקב נשא סוכותם ויבן לו בירום למקנהו עשה סוכות על כן קרא שם המקום סוכות ויבוא יעקב שלשלם עיר שכם אשר בארץ כנען בבואו מפדן ארם ויחן את בני העיר ויקן את חלקת השדה אשר נטע שם והלא מיד בני חמור אבי שכם בהמה כשיטה ויעצב שם מזבח ויקרא לו אל אלוהי ישראל. See, and Vatigshan, and the maids approached, and behold, their children, and they bowed down low, and also Leah approached and her children, so and they bowed down, and after them approached Joseph and Rachel, and they bowed down, and he said, "Who, or wait, milacha kol, milacha kol hamachane, who for you in all the camp is this, that I have met," and he said, to find grace in the eyes of my Lord. Wait, yes. What do you mean by all this company? Oh, milacha. What is this for you, or who is this for you? It's interesting that it's me because it should be Ma in this case. Who is this for you? Who is for you that in all the camp in this camp that that I met? And he said, to find favor in your eyes, my lord. And he said, and Esau said, what is mine? Rav achi. Yeshli Rav. I have much, brother. I have much, my brother. Yehi lacha asher lacha. What is what Yehi lacha? What is for you asher lach? What is for you will be your, like, he's not going what he said he's rejecting the gifts because he's saying I have enough. But Jacob said, no, please no. It if it pleases you, and I find favor in the eyes, and I find favor in your eyes, then you will take my gift in your hands, because therefore I have seen your face, like as I've seen your face like seeing the face of God, and and you have been favorable to me. Please take my blessing that huvata that that has been brought to you, because I am because I've been favored or graced by God, by Elohim, and because because I have all, and he urged or pressed in him, not literally pressed him, and he took. And he said, let us go, let us travel, and let us go, and let us eat, and let us couldn't I get it? For negedecha, against you, or like according to you. And he said to him, my lord, my lord knows that the children are tender, or soft, are delicate, weak, and the flock and the cattle go up and up. Wait, a lie. Oh no, that suckle, that are surely suckling, and that beat or knock. What is it? And that are like driven. They're like beaten. The day after will die, all the flock. Yeah, Avarna. Please, my lord, you go across ahead of your servant. Oh no, he's speaking. Let my lord go ahead of his servant, and I will like cautiously follow, lead, give rest, lead with care, guide to a watering place. Like I will like carefully go, leiti, slowly, by foot, hamelacha, at the business that is lefanai. I don't know, that is before, at the pace of the cattle before me. I don't know how is malacha. I don't know, that is before me, and for the foot for the foot pace of the children, until that they come, until I come to my lord. at Seir. And he said, and Esau said, Atsiga, let me establish or let me set up, please, with you, min ha'am, from my nation, asher iti, they'll be with you, vayomer lama, and he said, why is this? Emsachen beinei Adoni, I have found, why is this? I have found favor in the eyes of my Lord. At first, I thought it was like, haven't I found favor with you? Why do you need to do this for me? As in, it's like, we don't need the escort. Thank you very much. We're going to do illegal shit, and so we don't want to be seen doing it in your land. I'm joking. Vayishlach, and so that day, Esau returned to the. Interesting, it's paralleling them going through their land after the Exodus, but on his path to start back on his way to Seir, and Jacob traveled to Sukkot, and he built there a house, and made made stalls for his cattle or his acquisitions. Therefore, the place was called Sukkot. The name of the place was called Sukkot. Interesting. So that's a folk etymology. So it has to do with stables, basically. And Jacob came to the city of what? No, this doesn't say Shechem. This says, wait. Vayavo Yaakov Shalem. Oh, he came peacefully. He arrived safe. Okay, sorry, I'm just tired. He arrived safe in the city of Shechem, that is in the land of Canaan. Bevo, and came from Padan Aram, which is Haran, and Vayichan, and he found favor. No, he encamped at the face of the city. Oh, before the face of the city. Before the city. The face of the city is before the city. Duh. Wait, shoot. Is it? I think I might have not. Is this the right place? It's. No, it. Where is. Shoot. Third. So where's fourth start? All right, so fourth was 6. And it goes until. Oh, no, I was right. Start. Okay, cool. Vaiken. And he acquired the Chelkat, a portion of the field. That was Natasham. That was pitched Nata. That was stretched out there. His tent, Miyad, from the hand of the Hamorites, from the children of Hamor, who was the father of Shechem, Be'me'ah Keshita, for 100 Keshitas. And a Keshita is Kesita, Keshet. Interesting. Standard. Cash. Vayatzev Sham, and he established there, or set up there, a mizbeach, an altar, Vayikralo, and he called it there El Elohei Yisrael. So he's calling the altar there El Elohei Yisrael. So it's implying that each name of God was originally had its own standing stone. Wow. I think that's what it's saying. This is El Elohei Yisrael. What? Let's see. What did El God of Israel? That's fascinating. Notice how it's saying El, it's not saying El Yisrael. It's not saying the God of Israel. It's not saying El of Israel. It's saying El, the God of Israel. And here it's saying because Elohe, it wouldn't, Elohe. Wow, this is fascinating. I wonder where the commentary is, and then we'll finish up. Let's see. He called it. Vayikra Lo. He called it El. The construction is similar to Omri Li Achi. Considering me. The word Lo here may be understood as it has been a lie on it. In other words, he proclaimed the altar is dedicated the God who is the God of Israel. This is also how the Onkelos translates it. Rashi emphasizes that it was not the altar that was called the God of Israel by the nations of the world, but that Yaakov called it by a name that symbolized the special relationship between God and Israel on account of the miracles he had performed for him. It is not so different from when he called the site where he had the dream with a ladder 34 years earlier, Beit El, after he erected an altar there. Interesting. Let's see. And called it El Elohe Israel. Sadia explained that and called it El Elohe Israel. He called to the Lord El Elohe Israel. However, the correct interpretation is that he called the altar El Elohe Israel, God, the God of Israel. Moses similarly called the altar he erected Adonai Nisi, the Lord is my banner, because of the miracle God performed in that place. Similarly, when the divine presence will once again return to Jerusalem, the city will be called Adonai Shammah, the Lord is there. Ezekiel 48:35. Jacob similarly called the altar whereupon he served the Lord El Elohe Israel, God, the God of Israel, or El, the God of Israel. So here, notice this. Here it's directly saying that El is. You see this?
Yep.
It's not saying El Israel, like the God of Israel. Like people can't be nitsy pitsy about that. I don't know what that term is. I just made it up. But like, come on. It's literally saying that let's see, where is this? Let's see. Kabbalistic approach, the God of Israel called Yaakov El. This is also what our sages have said in Bereshit Rabbah 79:8. The wording there is that God said to Israel, I am God in heaven, whereas you are El on earth. Whoa, I was right. There was this tradition at one point. You see what I mean?
The apotheosis, yeah.
So, this is also where our sages say.
The other way to seemingly read that would be God, the God of contending with God.
Interesting. Wait. Say that one more time.
God, the God of contending with God. Israel meaning contending with God. God, the God,
God
of contending with God.
Oh, that's
the God that fights itself.
Talk about identity issues. Anyway,
like Giannis in his own.
A Kabbalistic approach. Wait, where is it? I am God in heaven, whereas you are El on earth. This would reflect that we have quoted repeatedly that Yaakov's likeness is engraved on the throne of God. The meaning of these strange words in the Midrash is that the Shekhinah resides in the land of Israel. This would account for Bilam having said in Numbers 23:8, how can I curse when El has not cursed? He referred to Yaakov when he said El. The wording in my edition is quite different. Israel speaking in those terms to God. The Midrash adds Yaakov spoke out of turn and that God criticized him and the rape of Dinah was a result of his overbearing statement. Wow, that's really messed up.
The other thing is that when he greets Esau, he's calling him Lord, and he mentions looking on the face of his Lord.
Well, no, but that's not that significant because Adoni, it's like Mr. It's the same I mean, obviously, like it can be more than that, but
I mean, there's also the language of looking upon his face, and the Peniel, and then he's fighting what with Esau's angel, or with Esau, or was Esau ever even anything but God in the womb with him, fighting in the womb with him?
Yeah.
Or was he fighting with himself? Yeah.
Even more ties it back to the Enkidu, who was sent to vanquish Gilgamesh. and the kind of beast man thing and the red hair thing. My whole thing about he's a hairy man, so he's like a Neanderthal ape man, and that being the more primal state of man. In the more natural state, which is generally favored, the herdsman huntsmen are a little more nature boys than the civilized people of the cities.
So let's see, where was this? Let's see. Okay, here it was. Let's see. Open that.
So yeah.
Let's see.
So yeah, Jacob, the twin of God, is what you're describing with that last part of apotheosis.
Okay, listen to this. Dinah, Leah's daughter, went out. What happened to Dinah was a punishment for Yaakov for several misdemeanors. Firstly, he had said to Lavan, "Let my integrity testify for me in the future." Secondly, he was punished for denying Esau a glimpse of Dinah, for maybe she could have exercised a beneficial influence on him if he had married her. Thirdly, if he was arrogant in assuming authority on earth, as indicated by the name he gave the altar. According to Bereshit Rabbah, God told him, "Never praise yourself with something that is in the future. That is in the future. You have said, 'Let my integrity testify for me in the future.' Tomorrow your daughter will leave her house and she will be raped." The implication is that he had seen to it that she was properly chaperoned. That if he had seen to it that she was properly chaperoned, this could not have happened. Interesting. Furthermore, the Torah had reported 32:23. He took his 2 wives and his maidservants and his 11 children and presented them to Esau. Where was Dinah? The report in the Torah alerts us to the fact that Yaakov had hidden Dinah in a box so that Esau would not become aware of her. God said to Yaakov, "Because you did not make an effort for her to be married to a circumcised male, she will become married to an uncircumcised male. Not only that, but she will be raped first." Oh my God.
I guess that'll show Dinah.
I don't see how.
That it never was explained what the name of Dinah meant.
Judgment. Oh, that's kind of fucked up.
So what was she raped for, or to be raped for?
Because Jacob hit her.
Well, no, wait, was that no? The other reason was because he said, basically, trust me. Like you can trust me in the future. I'm going to be as I'm going. I think they might have not understood. Trust me, I'll be the same way in the future as I am now, and that's not necessarily the most trustworthy.
But I mean, what did she do wrong?
No, that's the thing. That she didn't do anything wrong.
Just being out past curfew without a man escort? What?
Yeah, it's very strange. Okay, this changes things. Elohei Israel, he saved him on the way and ensured his safe arrival in Canaan, where Sukkot and Shechem are located. I believe that Jacob spent many years in the city of Shechem, for at the time of Jacob's arrival in Shechem, Dinah was less than 7 years old, and also Simeon and Levi were small children. Wait, so it's implying that small children committed a mass execution of...
No, they're saying they grew up a little bit in Shechem. They got there when they were that age, and then they spent years there.
Oh.
The reconciling the chronology.
Let's see. He set up an altar there and called it God. Let's see. Oh, we already read that.
And does that name Shechem relate with Shekinah?
No, it means shoulder.
Now here's one that is related that occurred to me this time around, and that's when he saw the ladder going up to heaven, and that was at Bethel.
Yeah.
And it jumped out at me because you were talking about the sacred stones here. Could that have been an indication of a meteorite, one of those bestows, which were considered sacred stones, and each city or temple tended to have one of them. That's where the black stone of Elagabalus came from, and again the black stone at Mecca as well. There were other stones in Arabia at the time as well.
Maybe. I mean, I can't say, but let's see. Yeah.
Because I know the word Bethel and Bethel is the same derivation, so at least I know that word's the same.
Any connection to the Beatles?
Not that I know of, other than that basically getting worship thing.
Oh, look at this. And Dinah went out of her own accord. Interesting. Said he had normal intercourse with her. What's it mean, normal? Again, so this interpretation says it was normal as opposed to sodomy. And by sodomy, I think it's implying rape. Let's see. Interesting. I mean, we haven't read this part yet, but giving a bit of a sneak peek. And he spoke comfortably unto the damsel. He spoke tenderly and comfortingly to her that he had defiled. But again, defiled, it is within a ritual sense. It's just saying that she was no longer a virgin. Let's see.
So I missed all of that.
Yeah, but like, it's also just kind of interesting that he ends up naming two of his kids after the root that has to do with judgment. You have Don.
What?
You have Don and Dinah. Their names both mean judgment. Or rather, oh, this is actually interesting. So I think that Dinah means judgment and Don means judge. Let's see.
Or the judged and the judger.
Let's see. Let's see. What can I find?
So yeah, the wrestling with God in the womb.
Oh, here.
We Jews believe that world events are formed and created not by the whims of people, but rather by the wisdom of the Torah. The Torah is the will and the wisdom of God placed into a holy book, which is the source of life placed into a holy Torah. Torah is the will and the wisdom of God placed into a holy book, which is the source of life placed in for the rest of the world, for all the worlds. And when something is found in Torah, the events that take place in the world during the week we read those words of the Torah reflect those words in one form or another. Sometimes you have to dig deeply, and other times it's apparent. This week's Torah portion focuses on the confrontation between Jacob, the archetypical servant of God, a man of righteousness, the man of the cloth, the man of wisdom, and his brother Esau, the swashbuckling hunter, killer.
Wait, is he saying that Esau was a pirate?
And his brother Esau.
Hey, as long as they fit pirates in somewhere,
Hunter,
we're
killer,
good to go.
Man of many women. And the Torah tells
Wait,
us
didn't Jacob also have a lot of women?
that Jacob prevented his brother Esau from seeing his daughter Dinah. Dinah was a beautiful little girl, and Jacob was afraid that Esau, being a sexual predator, would covet his daughter and ask for her hand. And he didn't want that to happen, so he held her in a box. After Esau departed,
Although wasn't coveting still legal
Torah
now before
continues
the Exodus?
that Jacob was punished.
Sorry, what?
Wasn't
Because as soon
coveting
as she
still
came
legal
out of
at
the
this
box and
point because
started
it was only after the
looking to play
Exodus
with
with
some
Moses
girls,
it became illegal?
she was
Well, no,
raped
but they already knew.
by the prince
Apparently.
of the city, Shechem, the place that is now known as Nablus, but its real name is Shechem. Shechem, the son of Hamor. Hamor is a donkey. The son of donkey flesh sees a Jewish girl and rapes her and thinks it's cool, and he wants to marry her. And he comes in front of the brothers and the father and says, "Hey, I'll pay you whatever you want. All you guys want is guilt anyway, right?" And they tell him, "No, it's not dependent on guilt. We don't want somebody with an uncircumcised genital. We are people of the faith,
Circumcised genital.
and we circumcise ourselves. The reason for the circumcision is so that we don't engage in raping women that we see."
You have to capture her in battle first.
So if you want to go ahead and change
I'm
your
joking.
lifestyle,
It's not
become
funny.
one of
But
us.
that's what the Bible says.
you can
So
be our guest.
circumcision is the
Otherwise,
only thing that
we're not
holds them back,
interested.
huh?
We're taking our sister and leaving. Lo and behold,
It's also
Shechem
interesting how
agrees
this
to
wound
circumcise
to the
himself,
thigh or loin
despite the
paralleled by the
that it's a
wound to
scary
their thigh
operation.
or loin.
For an adult, a child is scary also.
I was also
but the
thinking
child has no
paralleling
choice.
Paul as well.
And it takes a half a second to make the cut. But for a man, an older person, I've seen it happen in doctors' offices and in hospitals. In order to avoid excruciating pain, you have to have complete anesthesia. When it's done locally, local anesthetic, it's possible for there to be excruciating pain. I've seen a child be circumcised without anesthesia, and I held that child's hand The child squeezed my hand and squeezed my hand, and the pain was excruciating. Imagine what it's like for an older person. This is what Shechem agreed to put himself through because he coveted Jacob's daughter.
Just saying, if he just coveted her and didn't actually want to be with her, he would have just absconded with her. Or would have been like, hey, screw you, guy. I took your daughter. What are you going to do now? Like, at the end of the day, it almost seems like he's just some poor schlub who wasn't circumcised, and because of that, he can't be with his daughter. And now that he is circumcised, it's too late because he quote unquote raped her. But really, is that the case, or was it that because Dinah never says that she's raped? Notice this. She never goes to her father and says, I was taken advantage of by the prince. That's only like understood in order to justify what happens to Shechem and his people.
Well, it's presumed when there's
Why did it
opportunity.
happen that he?
You were saying?
It's presumed that when there's opportunity, you might as well just assume it happened. At what point is the actual first circumcision?
What do you mean?
Who's the first to be circumcised?
Abe.
So it was Abram.
Well, let's be real, it's the Egyptians.
Yeah. But I mean, what was the idea of it at that point? Just to mark them as a different people?
I don't know, honestly. Blood sacrifice? But like
Seems
instead
like
of
it's a VD control to knock down the venereal disease.
Pure enjoyment?
I was going to say, like in all honesty, one theory I've heard is that it could have actually increased. What is it? Like basically, what was it? Try and think. Potentially a belief that it could have increased like sexual performance.
Was it ever anything practiced on animals?
I'm not sure, but I don't want to think about that.
That's what I wondered, if it was kind of a livestock thing that was then applied to humans.
That would be interesting, but unfortunately wouldn't show up in the archaeological record.
Yeah, I was going to say castration kind of did, but not circumcision as far as I know.
After he rapes her. Rape is not a crime of passion and love. It's a crime of violence and demeanor.
So if that's the case, how come it never says he's violent with her? It doesn't say that he's like abusive. It does, like literally, that's only read into it.
Meaning the other person. Man rapes a woman to demean her, to put her down. Quite often, the man who rapes the woman kills her. The certainly doesn't come after, to come again. In this case, Shechem is completely bedazzled by this girl. The girl, by the way, if you don't know it, is about 6.5 years old.
Okay, that changes things.
Shechem is an adult. How do you rape a 6.5-year-old and then want her so bad that you want her as your wife and you're willing?
So it seems like it wasn't just when they arrived there, but when they arrived there is when this happened. So that means she would be 7 then. Okay, that really is messed up. I changed my mind. Yeah, he abducted her.
To cut off a piece of your extremity in order to let that happen. You have to understand what was going on over here. Shechem was a man, when he saw something he liked, he just attacked it and took it. Shechem was the ultimate predator. There was no rhyme or reason. There was no law or order. He did what he wanted. You were a girl. Consider yourself lucky he didn't kill you. There was nobody to complain to. He was the court favorite, and whatever he wanted to do was fine with them. So how many people did he rape? How many women did he rape? 10, 20, 100, 1,000? I don't know. We never know. But that's who he was. He was a sexual predator. To go to another man's family, a stranger, and to rape their only girl, their only daughter, required what they call chutzpah, gall. It wasn't cojones. It was just pure gall, pure chutzpah, having no feeling or respect for somebody else. All of a sudden, he wants to marry and make it kosher. What's going on? The answer is that Dinah was unlike any other woman he had ever been with.
Wait, but she wasn't a woman.
Because Dinah should have been a boy. The rabbis tell us her name Dinah means judgment. What judgment happened was that her mother Leah, realizing that she had 6 boys, another 4 boys were born to the 2 women servants of the household. That makes 10. She's pregnant now. This is a boy, then that makes 11. It was known mystically, kabbalistically, through prophecy, that Jacob would only have 12 sons. If that happens, then Rachel would only have 1 son. 7, 4, and 1. That's it. And she would be less than any of the maidservants. So she made this judgment call and asked God, look, God, if this is a boy, make her a girl. And that's what happened. Inside the womb of Leah, the boy became a girl. And inside the womb of Rachel,
they're saying Dinah was
the girl supposed
transgender?
to be born became a boy. And so Dinah was a girl unlike any other girl, and Yosef was a boy unlike any other boy.
No, it would have been Binyamin.
And that's why Shechem, who was
What are you talking about? Joseph was already alive, I thought.
used to women cowering in front of them, women who felt overwhelmed, could not dominate Dinah. Dinah never felt dominated. You got your fun? Heck with you, I don't like you. He never met a woman like that, a woman who could not be dominated, who desired a man more than the man desired her. He had never seen a woman like that. And never seen a man not be dominated, who desired a man more than the man desired her.
That's super problematic because she was 7.
There's some logistic problems here, Ariel.
And because she could not be dominated, because she wasn't an ordinary woman, her womanhood came directly from God. That's what made her something special and coveted. He couldn't get enough of her because it wasn't a woman that he dominated and just could throw out. He could never get enough of her because she always was elusive. She always was bigger than him, badder than him, stronger than him. And the more he was with Dinah, the more he coveted her, the more he cared about her, the more he lusted for her. And that's why Jacob was punished, because Esau, who was 97 years old at the time.
I'm sorry. It seems kind of bizarre because when Jacob acts that way with Rachel, oh, he's virtuous, he's being romantic. But when it's with Shechem, he's a rapist. I mean, like, and then you look at the fact that, according to some people, again, it's not accepted by all Jews, but some Jews think that Rebecca was only 3 when she went off to live with Isaac. So it's like, at the end of the day, it kind of seems like they're being selective with their criticism, but this guy's being selective with his criticism. At the same time, I understand why he's taking the stance he is. I just think that we can be a bit more critical than that, especially because in all reality, we're not dealing with real people. I feel like, if this were a real case, it would be a lot more cut and dry.
Yeah, sometimes reading the Bible, it's best not to think about the ages or their familial relations. Hey.
Yeah. Also, speaking of familial relations, and this is a good place to end off, how aware are you about Sarah?
Right now, I'm agnostic. I'm not sure what you mean about it.
Wait, agnostic as in you don't know what I'm talking about?
Well, I know it's a book of the Bible, but other than that,
Wait, it is?
isn't it in the Bible, or is it apocrypha?
No, I'm not talking about. Holy crap! Thank you for making that connection. Not Sirach, Serach. So, I thought this was interesting. So, have you ever? Let's see.
The movie from agnostic to ignorant.
Oh, here. Serach bat Asher was in the Tanakh, the daughter of Asher, the son of Jacob. She is one of the 70 members of the patriarch's family who immigrated from Canaan to Egypt, and her name occurs in connection with the census taken by Moses in the wilderness. She is mentioned also among the descendants of Asher in 1 Chronicles 30. The fact of her name being the only one of her gender to be mentioned in the genealogical list indicates her extraordinary longevity. This is an outcome of the blessing of longevity she received from Jacob. She's also the heroine of several legends.
The idea of it relating to Asherah?
Potentially.
No, interesting.
The other thing that's interesting is, so according to the book of Jasher, literally Sefer HaYashar, which is the book of the righteous. I don't know why it gets translated as the book of Jasher. Asher married Adon bat Aflal ben Hadad ben Ishmael. She died before bearing children. Asher then married Hadura bat Avimael ben Cheder ben Shem, the widow of Malkiel ben Elam ben Shem. Hadura bore one daughter to Malkiel, whom he named Serach. After Malkiel died, mother and daughter returned to the house of Avimael. Upon Asher's marriage to Hadura, he adopted Serach and brought them to Canaan to live in the house of Jacob. This is one of the sources that the Talmud Megillah uses to show that an adopted child is considered the child of the adopted parent, as opposed to the genetic parent who isn't in their life. In Torah law, this text praises Sarah for her musical ability, beauty, intellect, and notes she was raised as an Israelite. Interesting. In return, so she apparently, we'll get to it, but she gets a blessing that may you live forever and never die. Is that a blessing or a curse? May you be blessed to live through interesting times and cursed to live through interesting times. Anyway.
Again, that's that idea we've kicked around where every blessing is a curse and vice versa.
It's a blurse or a kessing.
Bingo.
Anyway, on that note, I'm going to finish off now, but we're let's see, I just want to make sure that we covered everything. But yeah, on that note, I'm going to try to do a little bit more today before Shabbat, but realistically, I don't know if that's going to be possible, because, so look at this, we're at Genesis 33:20, and if you go to table of contents, here, where are we? If you go to 7, that 33, so that's like 3 chapters. And then the next one is, so it's like, so 33, so that's like 4 shoot. I don't know, like they have a bunch of quick ones. Maybe it's like, okay, well, we'll do the, it's probably like, oh, you know what? It's probably like as you go on, they get longer and longer. That way that someone, if they don't want to read as much, they can be like, okay, I'll get one of the first ones. Whereas the last, that's probably what it is. Anyway, on that note, I will try to get more of it done. Worst case scenario, what I could do is just read the Hebrew only and not translate it, and just listen to like a to someone who is not just, you know, looking at it from a Christian point of view. So like someone who's like, you know, Jewish, hear their translation of it if they do it. Because the nice thing is a lot of them, they'll translate it like as they go along, but I don't know how long it'll take. Anyway, on that note, we're out. See you guys later. Grim, are you down to do this later? Same with you, Zero.
Yeah, it's just let me know, give me a little heads up, but I'm down.
All right, cool. All right. On that note.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to